The story begins at the moment when a young boy named Harry is carrying two beautiful women in his arms. His task is to save them from a warrior named Oliver, who has a personal grudge against Harry for interfering with his evil plans. As these women are very important to him, Oliver has to make every effort to get them back, so he starts using magic. Harry at once makes it clear that he will not give them back so easily, especially the girls were ready to fight with him to protect themselves. For freedom they are ready to stand to the end. To quickly solve this issue, Oliver wanted to use the octopus technique, but for it to work correctly, it needed a real live octopus, which he had. But Harry wasted no time and destroyed it beforehand. Of course, this fact is very upsetting. Next time you need to watch your animals more carefully. So there's nothing left to do but use another technique. Not all wars can possess several techniques at once. Most likely Oliver sold his soul to the devil, so that he could study and use several techniques at once. Realizing this, Harry immediately entered the battle. Angry lover of women, launched a large number of sharp knives at the savior. The villain was very surprised, because it is impossible to learn such techniques using only information from the public domain. Right during the fight to Harry, flies his favorite woman, part-time assistant called Ava. She promised that she would help get rid of this strong rival. Who would have thought that seeing such an ordinary young guy would cause so much trouble? It seems like the villain, if he wants to win, he just needs to take this fight with care, but it's not certain that it will help him. In any case, he spared no effort, even using the technique of fusing two balls to double the damage. Harry was completely sure that even that wouldn't help him. The girls did not stand aside, and decided to come to the aid of their savior. They also had certain skills. Since it would be very difficult to defeat everyone at once, the villain had to use a technique that takes almost all of his internal energy. The girls were caught roughly instantly. Now they were in great danger. Remotely what Oliver had attacked looked like tentacles. But how could it be? For his octopus had been destroyed. The girls were pinned so tightly that they could not even move. From the side, this picture looked so beautiful that Harry decided to put the fight aside for a bit and admire it all. His favorite girl even managed to get a little jealous. Only the girls managed to catch for one simple reason: none of his opponent's techniques worked on Harry. This shows that the guy is a master of a very high level. Right during the battle, the system offered Harry a choice. The first option was to destroy the enemy and get plus 15 to strength, and the second option was to escape from the combat zone and get plus 15 to agility. The young man prioritized, took his girlfriend under his arm and started to run away. Apparently he needed the plus 15 to dexterity more now. The girls couldn't believe that their savior would just leave them like that. Even Oliver couldn't understand what was going on. Charlie literally ran away 20 meters from the scene and the task was completed. Suddenly the academy teacher Sophie comes running out of the dense forest. It was the girls who gave her a distress signal before anyone saw. Thank God she'd reacted so quickly. Oliver was blacklisted from the academy from now on, and it was advisable that he didn't make a move now, because otherwise Sophie wouldn't be able to take care of herself. Without any ado, she pounced on him with her fists. While there was a fierce battle going on, the guy ran up to the girls and freed them from their shackles. The teacher turned out to be a real powerful lady. She delivered a strong fist blow to the face for Oliver that he even started to secrete red liquid. In the academy, this horn type had always been the weakest elder who was forced to do basic things, but after joining the Ming clan, he had changed significantly and become stronger, but apparently not by much, because the woman had just now put him down in front of everyone. To save himself, he had to go to the most extreme measures, namely to deprive himself of his hand. No one expected that Oliver was capable of such a thing. The girls were shocked by such a radical act. Then he quickly created a portal for himself to teleport to the territory of the clan. Sophie of course tried to catch him, but he still managed to escape at the last moment. Of course, that's too bad, because as soon as he's in the Ming clan territory, he's sure to come up with a new plot. The reason why the elder attacked the girls is also revealed. One of them has the red liquid of the Emo family. The girl is a descendant of the Moon heritage. Harry was even a little upset. He had always thought he had the rarest red liquid, but it turned out that wasn't the case at all. But anyway, whatever the case, Ava would still consider her man the best, and would always be by his side. The same day, already near the academy, Sophia praised her students for doing a good job. Today you can go to rest, but you need to be very careful and avoid the area of the clan of mines. Most of all, the main character liked to receive awards during the battles. He received a lot of nice reinforcements. Harry came home at night and brought his little sisters a lot of different clothes and soft toys. The little girls were pleasantly surprised, because such nice gifts are unfortunately not often given to them. There was no limit to their gratitude. When the girls had taken all the essentials, the younger sister suggested that they auction off the rest of their things, so they could make some money. It was a really good idea, and everyone in the room supported it. The next morning, Harry got ready first thing in the morning and went to the hall for the auction. There were a lot of people there. As it turned out, in order to participate in the auction, it was necessary to pre-register. The guy in no way wanted his real name to be recognized, so he decided to say that he came just to eat, so that he was allowed in. The guard asked to stop lying to him, and said that no one would let the guy into the hall without a record. At that moment, the director was passing by and heard this conflict. Then he decided to ask what was going on here. Since the problem was only registration, there are two ways. The first is to go and sign up, and the second is to surprise the director with your goods and then as an exception to pass into the hall. The director seems quite sincere, and it might be possible to cooperate with him. By the way, his name is Charlie. Harry pulled out one of the few items he had and showed it to him. These are low-level soul jades. The owner can do whatever he wants with them. These guys had obviously seen such a large amount of jade for the first time. They immediately realized that this guy was definitely not that simple. The director offered the guy 6 million yuan for this bag. It was a very favorable deal, but no need to settle down to make money quietly selling piece by piece. Then while Harry was thinking, the guys thought that they had offered too low a price, so half a minute later they apologized and offered 8 million. That's an incredible amount of money. The guy's heart just jumped out, but the main thing was not to let it show. Because of Harry's continued silence, the headmaster started crying. He offered as much as 10 million. It was his last word. Well, now it was definitely time to agree, because there would be no more favorable offer. The guy silently took out a card, asked to transfer their every penny, and then he provided the goods. Happy Charlie graciously agreed, and notified that Harry could proceed to the hall, and a personal auction would be organized for him. When all the guests were assembled, the young man was introduced as a special guest. The first item to warm up the audience was a Happy Life drink. The audience couldn't believe some kid dared to put up a soda bottle as lot. How they even let him in here. Every year the auction gets more and more boring, and this is a special guest. Harry decided, not to be unsubstantiated, to provide 1 bottle of soda for free. Now people will find out what's so special about it. The viewer was eager to try it, but was afraid he might get poisoned. In the end, literally after a few good sips, the guest began to feel a sense of being back on campus. Together with his goddess of love, enjoying the happy time, it was his bright youth. The man cried right in the hall, and asked his goddess to come back to him. His friends were a little scared at first, and then decided to try it themselves. In the end, in just a few seconds, they too became the happiest people. They had a honeymoon right next to the volcano. But still there is one side effect of this magic jar. Because the body relaxes too much, a person almost completely ceases to control it, and at one point may begin to uncontrollably release gas. When people realized that the drink worked, they literally started throwing money at the guy. Everyone wanted to try it. As it turned out, there are still journalists in the building, who can go on air at any time. In fact, they did it. In turn, Harry asked people not to worry, because there are enough 200.000 bottles in stock to make an order. You need to scan the QR code. The next item was the Demon King's treasure. The treasure was too secretive, so they even had to suspend the broadcast. The guy's relatives, who were watching it on TV, didn't realize what the problem was at first, and then assumed that Harry had probably shown a thing that couldn't be shown on live TV. Despite the fact that there was an awkward situation and the broadcast had to be interrupted, the guy still managed to complete the auction and earn 10 million yuan. If a similar opportunity arises in the future, he will gladly participate again. Harry turns out to be a very good romantic. When his wife was distracted, he went and bought a bracelet for her, which he put on her arm. She was overjoyed. It's rare to find couples as strong as this one. When they look at each other, their eyes light up. Meanwhile, waiting at the Min clan headquarters, Oliver was on his knees in front of his boss, talking about the fact that he failed to get the red liquid of the Mo family, even though he promised to do it as soon as possible. The boss was reluctant to forgive him for this, because Oliver had failed too many times. Not one task had been fully completed. Oliver blamed Harry for everything that happened, saying he's the reason for all the bad luck, and now he's come up with a plan to take him down. Since this loser had been working undercover for his boss for a long time, he agreed to give him one last chance, but first he wanted to hear what the kid had come up with. This time the plan was to use the man from the city of Sanlin to prepare for the next espionage. If it didn't work out this time, Oliver vowed to pay with his life. The boss was satisfied with this arrangement, and now he would look forward to his subordinate's success. In the middle of the night, one of Harry's haters was training hard to surpass him in the future. It was his life's goal. But even now he was too weak for that. He had to keep training hard or he would never reach his goal. The most important thing is to put all these thoughts aside. If he was able to rise from the bottom, then the rest can also. Just need to never give up. By the way, the name of this purposeful boy Riley. Suddenly Oliver shows up behind the jock. He's been here before, but Riley's always turned him down. But today he came with an application that is impossible to refuse. In general, a messenger from the clan of Mines began to noodle on the ears of this guy. Say the head of the assessed his potential and wants to reward him with the power of darkness, and can help to become strong such a beautiful young man. To back up his words, this villain took with him the jade of the soul of the Night Devil, one of the 8 great ghost kings. This thing has been around for 1,000 years, but still contains great power within it. It can be used to destroy absolutely anyone, even Harry. Riley asked me to give him this thing, and if he can get rid of his target, he'll do anything. To begin with, an introductory task must be accomplished. An old man must be dealt with. Such a request shocked the guy, but his desire to get rid of Harry was above all, so he was ready to fulfill this task right now. The guy went into his house, took a knife from the kitchen, and headed to the room where the old man was sleeping. The grandfather asked why his grandson was so late, but instead of answering, Riley just stuck the knife in his body. In a state of frenzy, the kid didn't know what he was doing. A little later he realized what he'd done, and he looked scared, his hands shaking, but there was no going back. Oliver praised him for the deed, and said he was the only one worthy of the Night Devil's soul jade. Riley accepted the gift with honor. The power began to overwhelm him. But it wasn't that easy. It was a very hard power to handle, and a lot of people couldn't handle it the first time. So let's see if Riley could handle it. In a moment the guy started to change a lot. He had a long tongue, red eyes, fangs. He didn't look like a human anymore. Riley was able to combine the power of the jade with his own abilities. Oliver had definitely underestimated him. Riley was able to combine the power of the jade with his own abilities. Oliver had definitely underestimated him. His condition was unstable at the moment, so going straight into battle would not be the best solution. The best thing to do was to go to the boss and introduce the new recruit. He jumped out of the window and went about his business. Meanwhile, Harry was at his house. With the money he got from the auction, he bought a lot of gifts for his sisters. He bought a lot of presents for his sisters, mostly clothes, which the girls lacked. Originally, all these presents were to be opened on New Year's Eve, but something didn't quite go according to plan. The main thing is that everyone should be happy. Just as suddenly someone knocked hard on the door. There was definitely an enemy outside. Harry felt the aura of the devil. Then the door was broken open and Riley flew in, eager to hear and now destroy the guy without any conversation. But whether he would succeed, we would find out now. Harry wasn't going to be nice to him either, so he punched him in the face with great force. And then Riley flew back out into the street. He flew quite a bit. The little girls even managed to praise their brother. But unfortunately that wasn't the end of the battle, it was just the beginning. The demon recovered quite quickly, and ran to attack again. In the end, the guys clashed blows and stood in one place. It could be assumed that their strength was equal. Ava analyzed the opponent's stats, and found out that he had the Night Devil's Soul Jade, so it was impossible to underestimate him. From that moment Riley positions himself as the King of Wolves, but this title is definitely too loud for him, because it is the second time he gets hit in the face. Then in the system for Harry comes a very interesting offer. There were 3 options for the development of events. The best reward is put for the torture of the opponent. There is a real opportunity to go to S rank. In principle for such a reward, Harry is ready to do it. It was time to play a game. Harry picked up a huge ribbon, wrapped it upside down around Riley, and started humming a little song. I jump and spin, closed his eyes. Now he was dancing like he was drunk. This continued until Harry got tired of humming his little song. This splendid game was followed by a mighty blow on the head with a frying pan. Her sisters wanted in, too, and the first little girl ran outside, tossed her teddy bear up into the air. It became huge and alive, and then sat down with all its weight on Riley, who was lying on the floor. It was really fierce. Charlie hadn't completed the task yet, but it wouldn't hurt to join forces. Under the huge weight of the bear, the fight fans were pressed into the ground. He was clearly unhappy that the guy wasn't acting alone, but this wasn't boxing, and there were no rules, so all these accusations were worthless. At least Riley came in and suddenly attacked. That's not fair either. Then the other sis ran out onto the battlefield. She suddenly wanted to take out the trash, and took it of course right to Riley. It's just the best place to put it. The girl used a technique called Secret Aroma Mist, and directed all that sweet aroma towards the intruder, who already wanted nothing from this life. And directed all that sweet aroma towards the malevolent, who already didn't want anything from this life. Harry didn't know that his sister had such a trump card up her sleeve. It was a completely new attack, so the girl asked not to admire it too much. Riley tried to choose from the battlefield, but the guys stopped him very quickly. After all, this was just the beginning of the game. Now everything interesting should begin. If only Riley had known, he would never have made such a reckless, fatal mistake. Oliver was just approaching Harry's house, and he was sure he was dead, but what he was seeing now would shock him. Finally the task was completed. The guy got plus 20 ability fragments. Happiness comes unexpectedly. Oliver ran into the courtyard with great speed, and started to rescue this loser. Now they can officially be called 2 traitor wolves. It is useless for them to stay together, still cannot win. When this monster rested for a bit, it began to awaken again. Although it had gotten stronger, its physical abilities were still weak. It couldn't be allowed to just go out of existence like that. Harry also realized that his opponent's strength was only growing at the moment, so he was ready to take the fight again. As much as Riley didn't want to, Oliver wouldn't let him into the fight, but he promised that they would get revenge on Harry in the future. The boy jumped after them and tried to stop them, but unfortunately he couldn't. Just like last time, the Dark Warriors managed to get away. At least they were doing something well. Next time Harry will not be so kind anymore, but will immediately destroy the opponent on the spot. The situation is quite serious. We need to inform the elders about it. The minions have infiltrated this city. If it is not stopped in time, it can end badly. The next morning at the house, the girls were in full swing cleaning the house. Harry was lying on the couch reading the news. But what he saw there today shocked him. An elder was found without signs of life in his home. This was the work of a student who had recently joined the Min clan. Attention all, be prepared to destroy him for a reward. Riley is willing to do absolutely anything to increase his power, even ruthlessly taking his grandfather's life. If we have to fight him again, we have to be much more careful. Now he will get stronger every day. Suddenly the sword that was lying in the room began to speak. It had finally absorbed enough soul jade power. And now it's about to evolve. Now the magic sword has finally taken on human form and spirit. The wicked sword is also human, so Harry has another sister. She's so tiny compared to everyone else. Apparently it is only from the looks of it small, because just now the girl told everyone that from today starts drinking beer and become the best master. Of course Ava did not forget to congratulate her favorite man on the addition. As the head of the family, Charlie now feels a lot of pressure. Then the guy got a call on his phone. It was Sophia. She informed the guy that there was a drill in the city starting today to boost the students' morale and make them feel safe, most likely due to the recent events. Teacher, do you want Harry to participate? To compete with other college teams, you need to form your own team of 3 people. Apparently Sophia has already found the other 2 people. She wouldn't say their names, but at least they're people Harry knows personally. Then we are abruptly transferred to the locations of the competition, all welcome. Soon plans to send student squads to help in other cities, but first we need to improve their physical and psychological performance. There are now 2 groups entering the battlefield for the first round of the competition. On the right side is Hongfang Academy, and on the left side is Canlon Academy. Right before the fight itself, Harry's team, something definitely did not share, the guys began to fight among themselves. It seems that they absolutely do not care about this competition. The opponents decided not to lose this opportunity and make a surprise attack. Thanks to the fact that the opposing team has disagreements, you can try to win in the first round. But as it turned out, this fight is just a cleverly devised plan. The opponent relaxes and thinks that victory is in his pocket. But in fact everything is not so. At the right moment the guys stop fighting and sharply strike the strongest blow to the opponent. It's a tactic that works perfectly every time and everywhere. It's a combo the guys have been using for a long time. And then laughing out loud at their opponents. Kunlu Academy, showing incredible power. This is a clear victory, unbelievable. Next to enter the ring are the representatives of Qingnan College. They said right off the bat that they would not fall for this trick. So this time, Harry uses the magic sword. It turns out he's challenged his sister Emily to fight on his behalf. It's a very unconventional solution. As we all know, a spirit cannot be considered a substitute because it is not human, which means that Harry did not break the rules. The men were of course shocked at this turn of events, but still determined to win. The little girl even decided to make a little fun of herself and threw away her sword. She was ready to fight with her fists. When the men saw the little girl in front of them, they lost all sense of fear. That's their first mistake. Emily didn't care how many guys attacked her, because she had great strength, and everyone around her underestimated her just because of her looks. Basically everything happened just as she said it would. You could say the boys were just destroyed and humiliated. They had disgraced their college. To put it mildly, Harry had no idea she was so strong. Judging by the attire of the next Trinity, they are some kind of aristocrats. They say they are not afraid of hardship, and they will not give in either. Now let's see how long they last. After watching these ladies, the guys wanted to take the fight to them personally. It was going to be a physical finale. Chasing them all over the ring, it wasn't really a fight, it was more of a mockery of the opponent. But nevertheless, Canlin College comes away with a landslide victory. The sisters were probably more happy about this victory than her brother. They were incredibly supportive in the stands. The girls love him very much. Right in the center of the ring, the guys started shouting their chants. With just a few words, they managed to stir up a lot of anger in the guys who were in the stands. While the battlefield was in complete chaos, a pretty girl with multicolored eyes came to the venue. Her goal was to meet Harry. What she wanted from him is still unknown. In the end, as expected, the champions of today's competition are Cacklin Academy. Harry began to thank everyone who had supported him, including the spectators, students, parents, teachers, and basically everyone else he could think of. The guys who participated in the tournament couldn't wait for the guy to finish his speech. In the end, the presenter just interrupted him and said, "Congratulations on your victory. They ended up giving the guys 500 yuan for 3 and an honorary banner. Harry wasn't happy about this simple prize. After the ceremony, the guy was surrounded by his sisters, and of course his favorite wife. Then a huge crowd of girls ran up. Almost all of them went to Harry. They were curious to know if he had a girlfriend. For some reason, he couldn't give an answer right away, he just thought about it. Then he jokingly decided to say that he had no one, and he had never even touched a girl. The babes immediately began to lower their cleavage, and think that they have a chance to win his heart. Suddenly the crowd of these ready-for-anything ladies was pushed aside by the lady with the multicolored eyes, who wanted a personal meeting with Harry. She immediately threw her arms around the boy. As it turned out, Harry had known her for a long time. Her name was Lucy. All the other girls looked at this act with great disapproval. Did she really deserve such a guy? His wife was clearly against such touching, and most likely, a very serious conversation was coming up in the near future. In fact, Harry hadn't even expected Lucy to show such enthusiasm, so now he had to justify himself to his wife. He had to ask her how she was doing. Just recently the girl was in another city, but she was too bored there, so he decided to come back early. Also, she complimented Harry, namely called him as beautiful as always. This classy lady was known to a lot of people, so someone was always saying hello to her. As it turned out, one of Harry's best friends was in love with her, and she didn't even remember him. The friend supported him and said that it was not the end of the world. Anyway, you would not be lonely for the rest of your life. Some people really couldn't accept the fact that some girl was hugging Harry. If it goes on like this, there could be a fight. Everyone was extremely curious as to why they were so close. In the end, Lucy admitted that she was Harry's longtime friend, and they were so close that no one could compare. The guy was extremely worried about his reputation, and hoped that his popularity after this incident would not go anywhere. The wife was also very angry, literally. Her anger was starting to make her feel very cold. She was already looking forward to talking about what had happened today. The next morning, Lucy went straight to her lover's house. She bought some food nearby, to have breakfast together, and took the rest of the sisters to eat. The meal was for everyone, but for some reason no one but the boy wanted to sit down at the table. For some reason the girls didn't like her. After breakfast, Lucy did not hurry home. She wanted to sit with everyone a little longer. One of her sisters came up to her and told her that it would be impossible to please everyone in the house with a normal breakfast. Apparently she was expecting that, so she brought along another gift. The other two sisters thought that she had changed her opinion of her too quickly, and they were very angry about it. The children made her realize that Lucy would not win their brother's heart so easily, because he had a girlfriend. Lucy was really upset when she heard about it. She couldn't believe it was true. Then Ava came down from the second floor. Her sister was very impressed with her figure. She was a woman of incredible beauty. The atmosphere was tense. No one knew how Ava would react to what was happening. Surprisingly, she was calm, first saying hello and then introducing herself as the fiancé who had already signed a contract with Harry. But only yesterday he had said he was single. Was it a joke? Now Lucy was sure she would definitely never be able to match such a beauty. How could he even like her? In the end, the pretty girl introduced herself as just a friend. All the friends that Harry has automatically become friends of AB, so next time she asked to warn her if there would be guests. You can say the heart was broken, and it is almost impossible to write the sadness of longing and grief that Lucy feels. The most important thing is that there are no misunderstandings between the girls. Lucy treats Harry like a brother and nothing extra. The word combination as a brother caused a storm of negative emotions in one of the little sisters. She couldn't understand who she was in this family. First, Lucy wanted to steal love, and now she wants to steal the role of a sister. This cannot be allowed. We need to solve this issue here and now. Of course, the girls tried to stop her, but all to no avail. The sister was so much offended at them that she asked them not to talk to her or mess with her. I wonder if she's going to fight. Gory used to get angry and tried to keep everything under his control, but now no one can hurt him, because he is completely devoted to his family. Ava calls it a family idol, but Lita couldn't understand what was going on here. She thought Harry's family was terrible, how hard it was for him to live here. Then the guy's phone gets a message, a girl named Ifa, asking for help for tomorrow. As it turns out, this is another longtime friend of the guy. At times it seems that except for women he does not communicate with anyone else. When I was a kid, the boys often went to visit each other and spent a lot of time there. And traditionally, when they had to be home, they would quickly run and fall right in the yard, and then Ifa would comfort them. She was an adult compared to them. The children grew up and took care of each other. What a pity that from tomorrow of that time, they will have to part from their childhood forever. The family was attacked by a huge group of monsters that wanted to destroy them. The father and mother fought to the last and tried to protect their daughter. But there were too many of them, and at one point the father was badly wounded, and then the mother suffered a hard fate. The next day the little girl was already in the hospital with her parents' bodies. It was an unbelievable tragedy that cannot be forgotten or forgiven. It is something that stays in the memory forever. Even now she couldn't hold back the tears and started to cry. Harry couldn't believe the memories had touched her so much. But it was okay, the girl was just remembering the old days. It was okay to move on. The boys held hands and continued their journey. Harry was visibly embarrassed. But wasn't that the normal thing to do when you were a kid? It might have been, but they weren't kids anymore. Gary was about to get married, not a good time to be holding hands with someone. And complimented him. She said that after that most horrible night, Harry had really matured, so it was time to tell him who he really was. All his life the boy had thought he was just adopted, but not really. He was a regular orphan. Ifa's father had brought him here, then the family couldn't bear to part with him, and the decision would be made to adopt. The point is that half-sister will never do what Harry's first father did. She will always stand up for him and for him. The guy promised that will become as strong as his father, will protect the family, can on, to the loss of a pulse. So it was time to fulfill the expectations of the whole family. They tenderly embraced, and vowed to each other to be together forever, like brother and sister. How hard it must be for the wife to watch all this. Meanwhile, a group of college competition winners were already flying in a helicopter over the dilapidated city of Qingyuan. Now there are many ghosts on the ground who have decided to split into groups. It's time to land. The task is to land successfully, and take the safe place. There's a terrible smell coming from the ground that says it's time to fight. Well, it's time to take on these ghosts. One guy decided to take flight, decided to start doing some tricks. He really wanted the girls to pay attention to him. But as usual, all the women on board decided to latch on to Harry. They told him that they didn't know how to parachute, so they asked to go with him, which the guy kindly agreed to do, because it's nothing complicated. In general, two beautiful ladies clung to the guy, and flew with him. You could see how happy he was. It was clearly too much. He took two girls and left none for his friends. At the same time, his wife tries to calm herself down, calling the situation just a help. After a successful landing, the guy showed respect, ducked in front of the beautiful ladies, and said he couldn't wait to fly with them again. The friends were overwhelmed with the reality of anger. How can you take two girls with your wife? You should have been a little shy. After this demonstration, Daria noticed that he'd stepped into some kind of slime. Apparently there had been ghosts here recently. As it turned out later, they were right there, and started attacking. It was a whole bunch of flying things. The boys immediately took up the fight, and began to fight honorably, destroying them one by one. All boys and girls were working. Suddenly, the monster spat out a large amount of slime on one of the women. The guys appreciated the show. In the moment they forgot why they came here. The main purpose is to save people, not to admire the friend who is all covered in slime. The wife couldn't stand it, and hit her favorite husband on the head with a book so he'd know where to look. In fact, Ava is sometimes horrifying. Harry's just an innocent teenager, and he's not even allowed to look in a woman's direction. The most important thing now was to eradicate the insects. For some reason there was an incredibly large number of them. You could say they were endless. The guys had already killed a whole ton of them. There are a lot of them, but for now it's just a small thing. The answer to that didn't take long to come. A huge spider came running out of the corner, intent on destroying all the people. With great difficulty, the guys managed to get back from his first blow. 2 of the team almost lost their lives. At one point, Gary got too cocky and thought he could dodge any attack, but as luck would have it, the spider got him very quickly. Lucy saw this and told everyone to quickly move away. Thanks to her abilities, she could hold the monster off for a while. In general, the fight was in full swing, everyone was involved, and in the end it paid off. The spider was destroyed, rolled over on its back and no longer showed signs of life. Everyone thought it was the end, but only Ava noticed something wrong and asked her husband not to get too close. Something began to burst out of the body of this huge spider. It wanted to come out very quickly. It turned out to be a whole crowd of big flies, which for some reason carried in his stomach spider. All of them were in the slime, which fell on all, while the fly flew. As it turns out, this seemingly ordinary fly can parasitize living organisms, controlling the movement of its victims. It seems to be gathering more and more of its kind. It must be destroyed as soon as possible, otherwise there will be big problems. But it's too late, there's already a swarm. Even Harry was scared, because each of them can parasitize, and man is finished. It seems that the group is really in trouble. Judging by the characteristics of these flies, their boss is one of the 8 Ghost Kings' ghost demonic fly. It is an incredibly strong opponent. To defeat such a need to try very hard, and it is not a fact that it will even work. Harry was extremely hopeful that when he defeated another Ghost King, he would get the title of Sage. There's no choice but to fight hard. Suddenly on the battlefield, comes a man with a gun in his hands, and begins to shoot all these flies. Then he lit a cigar, and said hello to the youth, but where he came from, the boys had been warned that there was not a single human soul in the city. There was no time for too long an acquaintance, so the old man told them to get into his car at once. There was no time to think long, as the boys did not know their situation. They had better always go to a safe place with him, and if possible, to find out some useful information for themselves. In the evening the guys were already in place. The old man had equipped himself with a whole shelter, with a huge arsenal of weapons, which he uses as needed. Since it had been a long time since he had met people here, it was a pleasure to talk to the young ones, especially since they were now in the same boat. By the way, the name of this man is Daniel. They were very grateful for the help and food. Half a year ago this beautiful city was attacked by insects. All the people lost their lives, or mutated under the influence of monsters. The family of this gentleman was destroyed. It was a terrible grief. But then Daniel discovered an unusual ability. He can bless the paths with spiritual power. Thanks to this he survived. He is all alone now, and his life's goal is to destroy as many insects as possible. Harry asked him not to worry, because they had come here to save this city and bring it back to life. Then cockroaches got on the girls, which they were very scared of, and started crushing them right in the room. Daniel started laughing out loud and said that they were armored cicadas, pawns of the ghost cockroach. They were practically no offense, they just needed to be destroyed and that was it. The guys loaded up a bit. Isn't that just not an alternative name for a cockroach? The guy was approached by his wife, and told that these are seriously the very real pawns of the ghost cockroach. He is one of the 8 Ghost Kings. That means there are at least 2 Ghost Kings in this town. Meanwhile, the baby wouldn't stop crying because she had this little monster sitting on her. For Harry, a notification came into the system that had a very interesting offer. If the guy eats the cockroach, then for this he would get 100% S level. Without convention it is too much, but for the sake of the reward Harry is ready for absolutely anything. Eventually, the guy pounced on the cockroach that was sitting on the girl, and greedily began to eat it, anticipating a level up. Everyone who saw it started throwing up right there. It tasted like chicken, crunchy, lots of protein, great. Harry was almost done, but at this point he was crying instead of happy. Daniel, because that's some stupid kid, and if he wants to eat he can be whatever he wants, there's enough food for everyone here. The task was completed, the kid got a promotion, and even cheated. He just pretended to eat it, but without swallowing it at the end. But as it turned out, the system, also not so stupid, the guy got skill S level communicating with cockroaches. It remains only to forget this incident once and for all. In any case, it is better than nothing, and this environment can be useful. Maybe this skill has a fantastic effect. Indeed, the guy started to hear all the cockroaches talking. They were just discussing what had just happened. They were preparing to escape from this house. They started begging the guy not to eat them. They were very scared. Harry must have thought of some ingenious plan. He had to use these cockroaches for his own purposes. As far as Ava knew, the Cockroach King was on bad terms with the leader of the flies, so he could take advantage of that. This was very useful information that could help well. Now the cockroaches have two ways. The first way is Harry eating them. The second is to take him to their leader. Without much thought, the cockroaches chose the second option. They would have no problem showing where their boss was. The team could not understand what was going on, if the guy really communicates with cockroaches. Daniel laughed at how weird this guy was. He picked up 2 cockroaches and said he'd be back soon. He needed to get away on business right away. Was Harry really planning on becoming a cockroach, where he was so sure he was going? The guards didn't understand at first why these 2 had brought a man here. They warned them that if anyone wanted to confront this guy, he was no longer alive. In the end, the 2 cockroaches that were in the guy's hands were given the heaviest punishment, and the man was decided to get rid of right away. That's a problem, of course. They had to take someone more important hostage than 2 ordinary cockroaches. Because everyone started yelling too loudly, they woke up the girl who was lying in that pile of garbage. It was the driver's license. Everyone needs to shut up now so as not to distract her from her sleep. As it turned out, it looked like a little girl, who, while trying to come out to everyone, fell down a large mountain of garbage. At first glance, she is completely harmless. Charlie didn't even believe that it was one of the kings of the underworld, the ghost cockroach. The little girl asked him not to look at her like that, otherwise the guy would not be happy. He didn't listen to her, of course, and continued to tease. It's a big mistake to behave like that near the king. It didn't take long for the girl to decide to transform her usual form. Sure, she got bigger, but she still didn't look like a king. The guy put his hand on her head so she couldn't hit him. At first it worked, but until one fine moment. Ava warned her husband that this little girl should not be underestimated because she was actually very strong. As a result, Harry missed the strongest punch to the head, after which he flew very far away and fell into a mountain of garbage. Now he was sure that the girl was really in charge. Harry hadn't come here to fight, but to make friends, so he had brought a gift, a drink for happy people. The little girl said at once that it would be impossible to bribe her with an ordinary can of cola. She would drink it only because she was very thirsty and nothing more. The girl couldn't even finish half of the can. She realized that something had been added to the drink. The girl began to feel the breath inside her. The cockroaches also decided to try this miracle drink. After that, they became the happiest in the world. They began to experience the divine power. In general, whoever dreamed of something experiences it. The other cockroaches could not believe that it was really so delicious. They also wanted to try it, but apparently they were afraid. In the meantime, the queen of cockroaches was already kneeling in front of the guy, and asked him to give her more of this magic drink. 1 bottle would not be enough, more was needed. Turun the ghost turned out to be a gourmet. This drink won her heart. Harry said he could provide unlimited life energy if the cockroaches would help him eradicate the fly ghost. The girl is loyal to the clan that wants to destroy the guy only in words. They have usual agreements. At any moment, everything can change. Because they are longtime rivals, and for a long time have been fighting for territory with cockroaches, so to fight them worthily the queen has long wanted to. She agrees to these terms. Then it's settled. Let's hope for a fruitful cooperation. The main base of the cockroaches had a celebration today. They had forgotten the last time they were happy, and thanks to this drink, they had a chance to be happy forever. Meanwhile, the team was fighting against the bedbugs, because they had found their way to Daniel's base. Harry was on his way. He ran to the rescue. but not by himself anymore, but with a whole army of cockroaches that completely serves only him. His friends were shocked to say the least, where he found such a large number of cockroaches. Now, when the courage of Harry could be doubted, he made an alliance with the ghost cockroach. From now on they are brothers. Defeating an enemy with the help of an enemy, he's a genius. Daniel appreciated the courageous act. Well, the guys decided not to waste a minute and attacked the flies together. In just a few minutes, all the enemy troops were defeated. Tomorrow the team is going to go to the main fly to settle the score. Meanwhile, the queen fly's lair was informed that the humans had allied themselves with the cockroaches. Then it was decided to create an insect to destroy the bastards. One of the 8 ghost kings was very serious. She was not ready to just lose this war. Flying Rat was also given a personal mission: to go and destroy all the survivors of that battle, and the reward would be assured. Mouse licked his feet with his queen, and said it would be done in the best possible way. I slowed her down to the battlefield to get her bearings. It's the first time a wife has ever seen her husband so focused. Something was clearly bothering him. Cleaning up the bodies of these flies is just disgusting. One of the guys was literally suffocating from the odor. And the cockroaches, in turn, were just thrilled to have food for a week. People were looking at it, and they were getting really nauseous. As it turned out, the rat quickly enough ran to the scene, and immediately began to attack with his army. Literally from the sky woke up a huge number of rats in the direction of the guys. Some of them were still asleep, and some of them were on full alert. Apparently the owner could call them at any time. We've just finished cleaning, and soon we'll have to clean again, that's the horror. And the cockroaches in their turn were even very happy. They had a double dinner. They had never had such a meal in their lives. It was urgent for everyone to go back. Apparently they would have to fight again, but against the rats this time. They were falling absolutely everywhere. There were a lot of them, but it was obvious that they wanted to fight. When the head rat saw that half of her underlings were no longer alive, she said that they were all brave warriors and would definitely avenge them. The guys had a lot of negative feelings about this, because they had never destroyed, and they were going to be avenged. The mouse didn't seem to hear them. Apparently it had its own song playing in its head. Then an interesting notification came into the system again. This time, the second option seemed the best. Fight the enemy alone, reward plus 10 fragments of abilities. But to do this you need to learn to fly. It's time to use the magic blade. Angel, it's time to fly. The little girl kicked him up into the sky, not what Harry had in mind, but that was fine. It's good that he at least had time to bring his sword, which we can use to defeat this self-important rat. In fact, the fight had begun, the blows were in, mission accomplished, but as it was, Harry had no wings, and of course when he reached the maximum height he began to plummet downwards. It was necessary to rescue him as soon as possible, otherwise he might crash. There was no way the captain could be allowed to fall. The goodness of the little spirit reacted quickly and quickly flew out to help. Apparently taking advantage of the opportunity, she decided to make a little fun of her master, and grabbed him by the hair right in the air, and at first it hurt a lot. But in spite of this, Harry was convinced that this little girl had a natural power to help in flight, and it should be remembered. So that the husband would not be hurt, he helped his favorite wife, namely, opened her umbrella, got right under Harry and smoothly lifted him to the top. It was one of the few ways to let the guy at least a little longer to fly. When the right height was gained, the guy drew his sword and tried to attack the rat again. To block the attack, it used a red wave, a kind of hypnosis. Harry turned out to be resistant to such chips, so with his power of thought he was able to turn the rat in the other direction. The day was cloudy, the sunbeams were breaking through the clouds. It all started in the first central hospital, the Department of Ophthalmology, with Dr. Nori, whose main character is called Mikio, came to him with his personal question. During the verification of documents, the doctor noticed that a mistake had been made in the diagnosis. So he once again decided to ask what the patient was complaining about. Basically, the guy complained about his eyes. Everything he saw was very fuzzy. When looking at any objects, a red bar appears, on which a certain percentage is written. These words caused a lot of questions from Nori. For starters, he decided to just ask what percentage the guy sees on him. Mikio replied that it was 18, but he did not yet know the exact meaning of this number, so he assumed that the doctor was 18 years old. It was a good reason to think about whether the guy was not a doctor at all. How can you call an adult man an 18-year-old boy? In Mikio's head, he assumed that this is an indicator of how much a person has left to live. 18% is not that much, and the doctor looks quite energetic. From the outside, the patient looked very strange. Now the doctor plans to carefully examine the guy's eyes and asks him various questions to which he does not receive answers. At the moment, Mikio is thinking about these stripes over the heads of the people he sees. After a few minutes, the guy still apologized and said that he was a little distracted. He was asked to be a little more attentive, and was told that an eye examination would now begin in order to establish at least a preliminary diagnosis. Your eye is in different directions in order to see some non-standard things, but in this case the eye looked as usual. At the moment, Mikio saw this world in a completely different way. Everything was exclusively in red colors, and above the head of each person, there was a certain amount of percent next to the red stripe. In addition to this, Nori reported that they do not observe even the most frequent diseases. His eyes were completely healthy. Apparently this person simply received his sight and sees more than others. In the end, the doctor let the patient go and said that all his diagnoses were wrong. Now it remains to figure out how to use this unusual gift to good use. Now it was not the easiest time in the yard. In the world there was one very popular military office called the Night Watch. In order to ensure the safety of the public, this department is about to open a new recruitment of candidates for patrolling the streets at night. In the 99th year of this cataclysm, a place was finally created in which to live safely. The enemies continued to retreat. All the people hoped that we would be able to win and continue to live happily in peace. On the way home, Mikio's shoelaces came undone. When he stopped to tie them, very strange things began to happen. The whole world around him began to take on green colors. He began to imagine how and monsters that go to him. When he looked up, he saw a bright green sun. It was because of him that the world acquired green tones. After some time, many heroes appear in the field of view, who begin to fight monsters. It seems that something very serious is happening here. A terrible massacre is already planned. When Mikio looked closely at the sun, he saw that he had his own health bar. Most likely if it runs out, then the end of the world will come. Why did the guy manage to get out of this trance? Everything fell into place. The sun shone with its usual light. People around were in a hurry somewhere, and shouted at each other. In the 99th year of the cataclysm, the night patrol unit remains a reliable support for the civilian population. This world has become much better, and the cities are much safer. All thanks to these guys. People have finally managed to live a normal life, and at least sometimes not think about how difficult the situation in the world is now. Then the guy got on the bus to get home, but just in time for the trip, everything around starts to turn green. Mikio again begins to plunge into this terrible world. Something had to be done. This cannot be allowed right during the trip. In order to recover, Mikio began to turn his head very strongly in different directions, and this saved him. This happened for the second time in a day. Now you need to be very careful along the way. When the guy came home, the first thing he did was take a shower. After all the procedures, he looked at himself in the mirror and noticed a very strange pattern on his chest, while it was not clear where he came from. The guy realized that this pattern was very familiar to him. When Mikio went to the library in the middle of the night to find some comic book for himself, one of the books fell on his head. It had exactly the same pattern. Most likely at that moment after the blow, this pattern formed on the body. Because of him, Mikio felt very unpleasant pains. His body seemed to be on fire. He had to turn on very cold water and direct it towards himself to cool down a little. Today was very tiring. You need to go to bed as soon as possible. After opening the door in the bathroom, Mikio noticed in front of him some kind of very strange monster. The body was completely black, and only 2 white eyes. He stood and stared intently, did not even move or blink. The guy already knew for sure that he was in for a fun pastime, and something amazing. At that same moment, his heart ached a lot. Apparently it was his personal shadow, but just like a living one. It turns out the monster that the guy met was just his shadow, and completely belonged to him. When Mikio fully realized this, he decided to try talking to her to understand what she could do. To begin with, he simply asked her to raise her left arm. She did it, then her right leg, and she did it the same way. Mikio really liked the fact that the shadow was obedient. Now you can use it for your own selfish purposes. But he was extremely tormented by the question of why his shadow suddenly came to life. As he said it out loud, a system appeared in front of him in which you can see the characteristics of his shadow. You can also see more information about her. In general, she exists only thanks to Mikio, and has exactly the same memories, strength, can perform the simplest tasks. You need to pay attention to the fact that she does not have consciousness. Perhaps in the future this can be changed. It turns out that if there is no consciousness, then it cannot speak either. After reading the information, the guy immediately decided to check what his shadow was capable of. He gave her a pen and asked her to solve the equation. Since the shadow remembers everything that Mikio remembers, she should succeed without problems. But for some reason this did not happen, and it was not possible to solve the equation. This made the guy a little angry, because it turns out he was given false information. Is this task too difficult? It was decided to give a task much easier than the previous one, to draw a horse. She accomplished this task with ease. Mikio realized that now he can even write books and earn good money from it. Now we need to see what other possibilities he has. Mikio noticed one interesting feature in the system called Shadow Bite. This will allow you to take shadow points from other people or monsters. In order to activate the skill, you need to touch another object that has a shadow. After absorbing, Mikio will be able to strengthen himself and his shadow. Without thinking twice, the guy decided to immediately try. Initially, he did not succeed, and in general the information seemed incomplete to him, since there was not even a manual for use. After a couple of moments, a notification appears on the screen, which says that changes have occurred in Mikio's eyes. Activating this ability, the dark side of this world opens before him. World, this is the strangest place about where the guy has already visited before. Why did the guy ask his shadow to stop drawing and do some push-ups? But instead of doing push-ups for some reason, the shadow started to fall through the ground. Mikio was a little scared about it. He thought that his shadow already wanted to run up from him. So I started begging her to come back. Oddly enough, the shadow is pleased. Quickly returned, she replied that she was on the dark side, and did push-ups. For some reason she could not play sports in this world. Perhaps shadow training is better on the dark structure of the world. The guy ordered to continue push-ups. Do not pull again, dissolved in space. And he sat down at the table and continued to do his own thing. Mikio got so carried away that he fell asleep right at the table. In his sweet dream, he saw his mother's friends, fitness coach, beautiful classmates. He did not like the fact that they walked too fast. Because of this, he does not have time to stop looking at them. Then someone rang the bell, from which the guy woke up. He really did not like that his sweet dream was interrupted. I wonder who brought it there. Due to the fact that the guy did not open the door for a long time, after the calls, screams began, and then knocks. As it turns out, it was Momo's girl. She is the main character's childhood sweetheart, and constantly acts quite hot-tempered. She doesn't like to wait at all. Of course, he was pleased that she had come, but it was only early in the morning that she had forgotten here. The first thing that caught the eye of the guy was the red strip above the girl's head. It was not completely filled. He had not seen this before. The theory was admitted that it was because of these days. In the end, the guy decided to ask his girlfriend why she came so early. Momo asked him to hurry up and follow her. She would really like to know what Mikio was doing, because yesterday he told her that he was planning to start some kind of business. She wanted to know everything in detail as soon as possible. When the girl entered the apartment, the guy slammed the door behind her too hard. Momo thought it was because of her early visit. But this was done quite by accident. If you pay attention to his arm, that it was very inflated. It is impossible to achieve such a result in one night. The girl also drew attention to his hand, and was pleasantly surprised. And in general, the guy as a whole pumped up. His body was very embossed and beautiful. People have been striving for this form for years. Since Momo knows Mikio very well, she understood that the guy would rather lose his life than start training. Where did he get such muscles in just one night? The girl approached him directly and asked how he did it. The guy replied that he did only a few good exercises. Apparently the result from the shadow exercises is displayed on it. The girl lifted his t-shirt and saw as many as 8 cubes there. This suggests that the guy is deceiving her, because it is impossible to pump up so many cubes in just a few exercises. Momo said that her father was doing things like that. It's not too late to stop. The guy asked her to shut up, and said that she was not doing anything like that. Without thinking twice, the girl rings Mikio and puts him on the floor. She had a device with her to determine the body pollution index. She was simply obliged to check the guy through this tester, because he could get infected. Bad deeds, foreign objects, as well as insults are all part of the pollution. If accumulated dirt is not removed in time, this threatens with severe illness and alienation of people. The guy clearly understood that his ability appeared because of the drawing on his chest, and no tester would determine this. But suddenly some strange reaction began. The chest pattern began to radiate a bright blue color. At that moment the girl took out her gun. Does she really want to shoot? Under no circumstances should she be allowed to find out about everything. It must be prevented. The guy gathered his strength and tried to drown out the test with the power of thought. In the end, everything worked out, and on the test the indicators did not rise above the norm. Father taught Momo to be careful in everything. The gun is everything, only precautions, and a thing that can save. The guy tried to move away from this topic, said that he had made several drawings and was ready to show them. The girl was very interested and eagerly wanted to look at them. After the guys were together, Mikio finally managed to get the girl out of the apartment and stay alone. Finally it was possible to exhale. It was very close, fortunately still managed to deceive her. The guy decided to open the system to find out how his shadow is doing. At the moment, the shadow is sent to the dark side of the world to continue training. At the moment it has already become many times stronger. As it turned out, throughout the night, the shadow performed various physical activities. Because of this, at night during the training, the strength increased several times. Mikio decided to call the shadow back to talk to her. He informed that he had already felt the results of yesterday's workout, but push-ups alone would not be enough to increase the difficulty. Shadow started doing a bunch of different exercises like plank, one-handed stand on the index finger, mixed push-up, handstand, prone push-up. At that moment, Momo was standing at the door. She heard all these commands. Now she understood for sure that the guy was really training, and she came up with too much. Now you can be calm with him. Everything is fine. With a pure soul, the girl went home to read comics. This cataclysm is already 99 years old. Now is January 20th. This is the first day since the appearance of the shadow. After such strong training, the guy does not experience any pain, but becomes much stronger. Such training completely satisfies him. A person simply falls asleep and wakes up much stronger than before. On January 21st, the second day, the guy came up with a lot more exercises for the shadow that she needs to perform. The result is obvious: an incredible body, a very beautiful relief. Now the guy should be able to fight the strongest boxer, but this is far from the limit. You need to try harder. Today, Mikio's uncle, whose name is Tatsuya, came to visit. He works in the night watch, so you can't let him suspect anything. Uncle is getting old. He was left without a hand. Now, thanks to the shadow, the guy could deal with 3 such uncles with just one blow. Came on January 23rd, the shadow still worked hard, but apart from training, you need to come up with something else. In order to gain abilities, you need to try and train endurance. On January 24th, the guy loaded the shadow even more, while he himself was playing on the phone at that time. On January 25th, nothing changes. The shadow still trains hard, and the guy just sits at the computer, eats what he wants, does what he wants, walks when he wants, and generally feels just fine. On the 26th, Mikio plans to perform a feat today. He decided to do 10 push-ups. He needs to try very hard. Looking through the statistics, the guy noticed, despite hard training, there is a very slow rate of gaining shadow points. They have accumulated only 8. This is a little frustrating. Judging by the current progress, it would be quite difficult to reach 10 points for evolution. Mikio assumed that he would be able to increase the intensity of growth if he got into the dark world, so he immediately advanced there. In the dark world, the guy ended up in his room. Everything looked exactly the same as in the real world, only everything around had very dull colors. When Mikio went out into the street, he was sure that he had succeeded. It turns out that you can get to the dark side only by leaving the real world. Everything here was exactly the same as at home, only much dimmer. The guy didn't manage to walk quietly here for a long time. He immediately ran into the first monster. Initially he thought it was his shadow, but when he was attacked, everything fell into place. Mikio immediately began to run away, barely managing to dodge the monster's first attack. If you look into his eyes, it becomes immediately clear that he will not let you go just like that. Then a large number followed, so the guy was literally in the balance from the end of his life. In the end, the guy thought of activating the shadow icon in order to teleport to the real world, and thereby save himself. The landing was pretty rough. Well, it's better than being fed to a monster anyway. As it turned out, when the guy jumped into the portal, the monster managed to tear his pants in the buttocks area. He was extremely lucky. Mikio was very scared. He could not understand where this monster came from, and why he attacked him at all. Part of the exercise made him much more mobile and stronger. Thanks to this guy managed to escape, and the monster could not harm him. Apparently, Mikio received a large dose of adrenaline, and wanted to take revenge on him. In his opinion, no one has the right to block his entrance to the dark world. Has already come, he fought the essence for the first time, but unfortunately lost. On January 29th we had a rematch. He lost again, and received a strong blow to the chest. The guy almost broke his bones. On January 30th, 3 red marks appeared on his buttocks. Although it has not been easy for the past few days, the guy has already managed to restore 6% of the red fluid. On the 31st, he asked his girlfriend to heal his wounds. Barnell Crow suggested that Mikio's had been fighting too much lately. The guy replied that Momo did not understand anything, and the scars only adorn the man, even if they are on the buttocks. The girl was not satisfied with such an answer anymore, and she pressed her hand on his sore scar, so that next time she thought about how to communicate correctly. Why did she say, if the guy is in pain now, that very soon his business will get stronger, and it will be like new? Mikio reminded that there was only a month left, and something had to be decided. Initially, Momo did not even understand what was left of 1 month. Very soon, whoever wants to, of course, people must take a combat exam in order to become part of the night's supervision. How can you forget about such an event when you initially planned to get there? During the years of this severe catastrophe, most industries have become less popular, including the culture and art industries. People who practice art have become the lower classes of society. No one cares about entertainment and holidays anymore. Now people have come to the fore in battles, which take first place in people's hearts. To become part of the Night Watch, you need to pass the martial arts exams, established at the state level. After passing the exam, a person's life changes dramatically. Momo replied that it wasn't interesting anymore, and she didn't want to take part in it anymore. Apparently, in fact, the girl never wanted to participate in such events. It was always imposed on her. Her true dream was to make music. This is what she wanted. Mikio was not against it, and could only support the girl. The only problem is her father. For sure he will be against it. After all, Tatsuya is a high-ranking person in the Night Watch, and she is comparable to a second-generation official who flunked his exams and became a freelancer. The girl saw off the guy to treat, and thought for a very long time about how to answer. It was clear from her face that she was very upset. her father would definitely not agree to this. Well, what to do now? Do you really have to go all your life go against your will? So far, the girl has decided not to tell anyone about her dream, because politics has changed a lot. Now anyone can apply for the martial arts exam. The guy asked why the girl who will pass this exam 100% does not want to pass it. Momo replied that the night watch is constantly increasing the stranglehold, so now they take almost everyone there, and because of this case, she will definitely pass it without any problems. He will come like many others. This girl has the strongest abilities. For a start, she goes to try to fulfill her dream. On the day of the exam, a lot of different devices are used. If there is a firearm, then the guy will definitely fail him, because he does not know how to handle it at all. The most important thing is that for a failed test, he is not sent to any correctional camp. The guy also asked if the girl would allow him to use her detector, which helps to detect monsters. The girl replied that this was not necessary, because this device can only be used to detect others. There cannot be such people at the exam. If a person encounters it, then the best solution for him is to run away or call the emergency services if possible, before the person has taken the life of a special one. Mikio immediately somehow had a question: who is special? For some reason, the girl was in no hurry to give an answer to this question, and then she completely decided on the topic for me, said that she had already dealt with all the wounds of the guy. But the guy did not give up, and offered to ask questions about these special and others. Based on the fact that the guys are very interested, the girl suggested that he plans to take exams. Mikio replied that it was this year that he was required to pass the exam, only that he had no abilities at all. The guy also said that it is planned to shoot several comics about other and special ones. The girl was very delighted with this idea, and asked to tell in more detail about these comics. The original idea, to talk about a thin guy named Raiden, was constantly bullied on campus by some, but did not hold a grudge, as he had a very kind heart. Thanks to a kind teacher and aunt, he was chosen by the Night Watch unit to participate in the Super Soldier project. Raiden acquired amazing willpower, transformed beyond recognition, received an injection of a super soldier and became a powerful captain. The Night Watch unit did not plan to send him to the battlefield, going to various events to meet people from high society. After all, it was until powerful others invaded the city. Since the girl's apartment was in the same house as Mikio's, she invited him to visit her and asked her to sell the living room while she went to her father's room. The room was very comfortable, soft toys, beautiful bed. Among all this guy, I managed to notice one interesting book called The Fateful Emptiness. This is a comic book about the love of a brother and sister. Does she like it? Momo is an otter from the hands of a guy and took this comic for herself, said that her friend left it. She does not read this. Why again asked to sit here and not touch things? The girl was still the same as I was many years ago. She does not know how to defend herself at all. By the way, she liked music since childhood. She used to constantly ask Mikio to listen to music with her. The guy doesn't really like this business. To remember how it was, the guy took out a cassette and put it in a tape recorder. It was pleasant, warm memories from childhood. I wonder what the moment is. She began to like music so much. The girl ran into the room and reminded the guy how he used to hate this song. By the way, she still managed to find what Mikio asked her about. They were virtual reality goggles. If you put them on, you can get answers to all questions there. Everything was so realistic in the virtual world that at first the guy really thought that he was falling. Everything in the game was very beautiful. It was an unexplored space, full of uncertainty. It is considered the first source of the cataclysm. Others appeared right here, did very cruel things, destroyed and gradually invaded the world. Also there you could see the monster with which the guy fought personally. Between our world and the world of monsters, there is a space called the Dark World. It displays a projection of the real world. As soon as the space was open, the monsters immediately entered the world through the dark. Despite the fact that now the Night Watch continues to control the city, sometimes others equally come to us. The layer of shadows is reset every 3 months, redisplays the current picture of the world. It is during this period that others penetrate our world. However, Given that the layer of shadow significantly weakens the protection of the world, it is better for people below the 4th rank not to go out. The visibility range of the shadow layer is 3 to 5 meters, but with an increase in human strength, the field of view expands. There are a lot of various kinds of pollution in the shadow layer. If people stay in it for a long period of time, it is quite possible that they will become different. The guy had never known before that there were impurities in the shadow layer, which is strange because he had never experienced such discomfort when he came here before. With this guy, another of the strongest monsters was introduced. He himself was very large and had incredible strength. He literally had a connection with the sun. In order to cope with such a monster, you need to be able to fully control your powers. And then a person will have a chance to become special. The guy was delighted when he saw how special really looks. It was just amazing. He had already begun to dream how he passed the exam and became the same. But if you think about it, then the special one is different with a human body. He controls his strength, but at the same time he suffers because of it. Special people constantly struggle with pollution and alienation. And after their life ends, if there is a high probability of becoming an ordinary other. Therefore, when the special ones realize that the crisis will end soon, they try their best to use up the rest of their strength. The guy took off his glasses. He was shocked by what he saw. He really liked it. Momo couldn't understand what was happening to him at first. It was too much information. It will take a little time to digest it. Mikio also asked the girl to stretch him a little. This was your outrageous new moment too. The guy offered the girl 3 original paintings that she so dreamed of. After these words, she of course agreed. Due to the fact that Mikio is constantly studying, his neck hurts and becomes numb. Shakes the press, the girl wanted to touch it. And right at that moment Dad came into the room, who, of course, understood everything wrong. At the dinner table, you could see how angry he was, and how much he wanted to strangle Mikio. Momo did not lose hope and continued to try to calm him down. Although she herself was very scared, she had not yet been in such a situation. Dad demanded an explanation. After all, if he misunderstood, it means that his own eyes deceived him. The girl was very tired of this, and she asked the guy to say at least something. Mikio couldn't think of anything better than giving himself the punishment of drinking 3 whole glasses. He was sure he could do it. When Dad heard that the guy decided to punish himself, it meant that there was something to punish. He got up from the table and ran after him, shouting that he would tear him to pieces. The guy ran with all his might, and shouted that his foundation was so misunderstood. Mikio and Momo are good friends since childhood, but their character is very different. The guy was a bully boy, while the girl is an exemplary daughter. It was really not clear why they became so friends and loved to play together. The guy could calmly stand next to her, start writing right in front of her. This didn't bother the girl at all. She said that she wasn't afraid of it. Maybe it was all because the guy once helped her, namely, protected from 2 guys who she was bullied. The girl could be attracted by the courage of this boy. She helped him, even when he pretended to be homeless in order to raise money for some trinkets. Well, in the end, when they were won, and the guy was severely punished. This girl's dad never let anyone get too close to his daughter, and especially he watched over Mikio, because she interacted with him the most. He also loved to smoke at home, but Momo hated it, and took away his cigarettes whenever possible. When everyone had more or less calmed down, Dad once again asked what they were doing in the room. Mikio replied that they were looking for information about the other, and the special. This topic was very interesting, so Dad immediately relaxed and was ready to talk further. I decided to say what I know. He first asked if the guy knew why the government didn't let the students know about this beforehand. Of course, he didn't know anything, and was immediately taken aback. Everyone has a different heart, for some evil begins to prevail over kindness. Despair can attract people. Therefore, the government tries not to mention something bad, but only talk about positive things, which are actually very few. Not everyone has the willpower to go through all this. If a gap is formed in the heart, another can penetrate it at any moment. Therefore, various tests are carried out before the exam. and only people with appropriate physical training will be able to come into contact with the world of others. But this world is very dangerous. Even with the current medical abilities, people still get out of hand. The point of the story is that not everyone will be able to survive at all. The guy said that he understood everything, but in no case could he miss the martial arts exam this year. In addition, he already understood everything for himself a long time ago, so there is nothing to worry about. As soon as Dad wanted to contact the guy, he received a call. An urgent mission was to begin. This is with regards to the shadow layer. I needed to get out as soon as possible. Before leaving, he told the guy that it was better not to upset him, and then it would be possible to get to him in the night watch unit. Mikio asked him not to worry, did not say that they would not do anything bad with his daughter. After these words, the girl pounced on him, and they began to stretch each other's cheeks. It was already evening. The guy went to the store. In fact, he wanted to know more information, but in the end he gained only basic knowledge. Judging by the reaction of his girlfriend's father, these materials will be hidden, and most likely the guy will never release them again. Right at the time of shopping, a call came in. It was Momo. She was embarrassed to ask to buy her pads, and could only decide on this by phone. Only a month left before graduation. Now the effect of shadow training is gradually weakening. It seems that shadow training alone is not enough, you need to conduct real ones as well. Recently, the anti-other propaganda has intensified, and more people have signed up for the martial arts exam. The guy looked at the moon, and felt as if something terrible was about to begin. The most important thing now is not to drive too hard, but it is better to do training. When suddenly a portal to a parallel world forms in front of the guy, and he falls into it, there he is met by some guy with big injuries. His red stripe was almost zero, he could hardly move. Mikio didn't know what to expect from him, so he was ready to take the fight. But after walking a few more meters, this man just fell and did not move anymore. There were also 2 small children here who needed to be saved. Then he saw a monster that was also badly injured and had very little health. This situation reminded him of how he saved his girlfriend as a child. There was no chance to make a mistake. It was necessary to take the fight and win it in it. The man was an ordinary sentinel, on which more and more work fell. When he was a civilian, he thought that this job would bring him honor. The lookout heard screams from the portal. The man was very frightened, because it was the cries of small children. The man immediately realized that this was the work of another. But he had never seen a portal suck people in. The children were already almost covered by the portal, when suddenly the sentinel rushed to help. But after a moment, the poor man himself found himself in the black abyss of the portal. They were thrown on the other side, the children were frightened, and the sentinel was very angry. Is it all over? Is it really the end of the poor man? Because in that world his shift was over and he didn't even have weapons. Everything shone brightly with dark red rays. The sentinel immediately began to defend himself. In an incredible way, he managed to repel the attack of the monster, and he immediately disappeared. Everywhere there were others who could attack at any moment. Before them was another dangerous world. Most of all, the sentinel was frightened by small children who were so defenseless. But all he could do was send out a distress call and wait for someone to be rescued. The man did his best to calm the children and promised that as soon as everything was over he would take them home. The poor children, looking into the eyes of the sentinel, immediately calmed down. They trusted a good man and they had a hope that when everything was over, they would get home. He asked them to stay close, no matter what happens. When the sentinel was 18 years old, he passed the martial arts exam and entered the Department of Martial Arts at the university under the department. Already in his second year of study, he won first place in the exam in the battle with another. But this was not enough, because in the world of others, diligence is far from the first place. He did not believe in fate, and no matter how hard he tried, he still could not overcome the barrier and step over his limit. In the end, the man had only to move from the Faculty of Martial Arts to the humanitarian direction, becoming ordinary civilian employees of the night watch. The sentinel walked through the streets and stumbled upon a large scary monster, Another saw the shape of a half-man and thought that the fight would be easy. He immediately rushed at the man. The supervisor was not an easy nut to crack. He did not give up and gave a strong rebuff. Sentinel felt like a familiar sense of strength and fearlessness began to return. But the body was slower than the mind. The man could not accurately calculate his strength. He did not give up, although the battle was fierce. The body became heavier. It seemed to him as if 1,000 needles were piercing him. He couldn't run anymore. He needed to come up with something urgently. Gathering all his last strength into a fist, he did the unbelievable. It was his shadow power, the power that came from within. The sentinel ruthlessly knocked down the monster. The pollution continued to grow whenever the monster used its skills. Unfortunately, the man was a low-qualified person. People like him could not reuse their abilities. But the sentinel understood that if he did not take the risk now, then his future might not be. The fight went on, too much was at stake. The monster was merciless, he had no feelings, unlike a person. The man realized that they had too much difference in talents, and it would not work to defeat the monster, but he did not intend to give up. The only thing he could do was just play for time, for the sake of little children. The kids watched everything that happened. There was only the belief that other members of the Night Watch would come. In one fight he became a hero. A hero not only for children but also for himself. Because he finally got over himself. But fate had other plans. It seems that the end of the story of his life that has not yet begun has come. When he was 15 years old, his entire family lost their lives because of others. Probably for this reason, at the age of 18, a man decided to take a test in martial arts. And at the age of 20 he was expelled from the second course. At 21, he entered the Night Watch unit as a civilian and 4 years have passed since then. Perhaps such was his life, which for this world was considered the norm. Deprivation of life in this world was the norm. On his last breath, the sentinel had to do something. It would seem that there are no forces anymore, but Vera remained, which made it possible to play with another in the second round. Even if this round will be the last in his life. This fight could be remembered in history because it was between the strongest monster and an ordinary civilian. The sentinel pulled out all his insides for the sake of this battle, for the sake of small children who are waiting for salvation and a brighter future. After a long time came the decisive blow. Unfortunately, this blow was the last in favor of the monster. The sentinel saw nothing. He blamed himself for everything that was happening, and considered himself a real weakling. Even with the help of pills, he could not win. Mikio was walking down the street and saw terrible events. He immediately noticed a man from the Night Watch, but the voice was too young, the manner of speech was not at all like that. The lookout thought Mikio was one of the special ones. Mikio told the man to rest and that he could rely on him. After all, the entrance and exit from the dark side is cruelly controlled and a random person cannot get here. Unless he's the owner of the mysterious inhabitants of the dark side. The sentinel, seeing the picture of the blow, immediately thought that Mikio was a weakling. Another had only 23%. Victory was close at hand. Mikio approached the battle with humor and shouted at the monster that now he was his opponent and not a man. The fight was strong. Everything around was in the fires of talents. No matter how someone else tried to get into Mikio, nothing came of it. Everything was useless, because Mikio had already figured out the scheme of the monster's attacks. Another was badly wounded, so speed and strength left much to be desired. Mikio had the advantage. The sentinel could not understand in any way how in this battle, in an inexplicable way, an unknown boy defeats his opponent. Mikio already met with another a few days ago. He knew all his actions, therefore he was sure of his victory. Another tried to make the same attack as last time and that was his mistake. The main character saw two small children in the corner, and he could not allow the monster to attack the poor things. If the Marines were alone, then he could just escape from the dark side and return home to lick his wounds. But then the children could get hurt. But another has only 20% left, then what's the point of being afraid of him? and it was decided to bring the matter to an end. The man told Mikio that the monster had a serious injury in his right rib and shouted to attack there. The guy quickly reacted and immediately rushed to another. With his sharp bottle, he managed to hit the right place, and the monster immediately began to run away. As it turned out, I saw easier prey. It was those little kids. The guys immediately rushed to help. After all, they could not allow the little ones to suffer. The kid pressed the girl into his arms so that she would not see a terrible monster there. He asked him to stop, but the mouth of another was already too close. Mikio rushed to help, and of course the sentinel quickly began to help him. Another had only 15% left, and had no chance against two. In an attempt to take easier prey, the monster is doomed. Mikio delivered strong and terrible blows. The monster was losing its powers with each one of them. The terrible other was defeated. This fight seemed to last forever. Everyone was exhausted and scared. Mikio fell down and began to see terrible events. Was it really a gathering place? But then why did everything change so much? He was surrounded by a large number of others. They were all ready to attack. The sun was gone, the dark side enveloped the world, hope was lost. Someone was dancing at the feast, and someone was screaming in pain. Someone silently fights and dies. Some people understand, and some don't. The sentinel tried to raise Mikio with a cry, worried that he would never wake up again. Got up, it looks like he just had a dream. After defeating another, the memories are cut off. The guy saw that the man was in a very serious condition. He had only 10% left. He could not even stand on his feet and lost a lot of red liquid. The two of them sat down near the wall and started talking. The sentinel didn't recognize Mikio even though they actually live in the same house. The man was very surprised. In fact, he just didn't see well. Therefore, in this state, he really can't learn or remember much. The guy thought that the main character was a member of the Night Watch because he had extraordinary strength. The lookouts didn't lose their enthusiasm. He was really happy to be alive. He joked various jokes about how the regular soy sauce guy saved them from being killed. Mikio was shocked that even in this state he could still laugh. The people of the Night Watch are really amazing. They just started talking about life. Who is studying at which university and what course? It would seem that nothing happened. Mikio was glad that the sentinel did not recognize him, because it is better for him not to know the truth. But the sentinel did not want to stop his questions, and this began to worry him very much, because the secret might become clear. The man said that he had always admired martial arts and martial arts. It was always very exciting. Unfortunately, from professional fighters he had very low qualifications, and the attack power of the attack was much weaker. He considered himself hopeless. Even farsightedness, which it would seem should increase combat effectiveness, does not save at all. Mikio began to worry that a man might lose his strength from long conversations. The sentinel only wanted to talk to someone, because it's not every day that a civilian gets the opportunity to fight with another. But in any case, he was terribly weak. So weak that he could not even withstand a wave of pollution. Did the sentinel regret everything? But since he chose the direction of the humanities, how could a civilian get to the dark side? But the man did not regret anything. It was his choice. He was a civilian who went to work every day, chatted with girls, worked on the night watch. Was it a bad life? It was he who transferred to this specialty because he was kicked out of martial arts. It would seem that everything is already good in his life, but in fact he did not like anything. Mikio tried to support him as best he could, because otherwise it would become even harder. The sentinels said that they had already sent a signal for help a long time ago, and most likely the rescuers would arrive soon. The sentinel did not want to let the guy go, and asked him not to walk around the district because you can stumble upon another different one. The man asked to wait together for the rescuers and while there is time to chat a little more about life. But Mikio wasn't in the mood for talking and wanted to take a break from it. In his head was only that it was time to leave as soon as possible. The guard seemed to be in a state of shock. He couldn't stop talking about how he fought the monster and how brave he was. The man asked the guy when he went to university again to take something to the director of the specialty of extraordinary technology. It can be said that his teachings did not particularly bring results, and even another of the first rank can be extremely strong. Mikio each time tried to gently hint that there was no point in talking now. But the sentinels had been carrying everything in themselves for too long and wanted to find a person with whom they could talk. The man continued to recall his past life, and the guy, in turn, could only support him. It looks like the guys noticed how the portal opens. Most likely the night watch came to the rescue. Mikio was glad that the man and children would finally be helped, and of course he would be able to get rid of this long chatter. Mikio picked up his grocery bag and confidently started to leave. The sentinel thought that the guy would go take it off, but it looks like he had other plans. They wished each other good luck and a safe journey, and ended the meeting of a guy with a secret and an ordinary night watchman with a big and sad story of his life. 3 sentinels rushed to help. They immediately reported the situation. A severely wounded man with 2 children was found. Suddenly, something made Mikio turn around and he noticed how the man's vital signs were dropping. The night watchman could not do anything and no one understood what was the reason. Why the man could not help with modern technology. Unfortunately, the man still went to another world, and the guy who wanted to escape as soon as possible did not manage to run to his aid. In an unexpected way, the guy ended up on the street of an ordinary city, and he was surrounded by completely ordinary people. They stood at a loss what this guy was doing, or maybe he was some kind of actor, for his clothes are stained with a red liquid. But the special ones must remember, they must remember everything that was and is happening. You can't give up even at the last minute of your life, when you realize that the chances of survival are slim. Mikio heard the man's story about the fact that after taking the pill, the risks of taking it are great, because the chances of further life are significantly reduced. It is for this reason that this pill must be taken with all care and caution. The night watchman must remember all the fallen and boldly move forward until all others are destroyed. They are destined for a big mission to monitor the earth and sky, patrol day and night, think only about a happy future. Ordinary mortals have to observe inexplicable things and, moreover, confront them. After all, they are guardians. Mikio entered the elevator and went upstairs. He was tormented by thoughts of how this brother could go to another world. He constantly joked and talked so much. Or maybe he knew that he was falling asleep and just wanted to chat in the end. He was a hero, and in the end he would not receive any flowers, applause, and even his name was not known. And no matter how ordinary this man was, Mikio would never be able to forget him. The guy was already walking with difficulty. He had to wash himself and go to bed as soon as possible. He thought he only had 20% left, but luckily there was still half. Thoughts continued to tear him apart. How could that man fall asleep after all? He had another 10%. Why no one could help him? And then he realized an important truth, that it is not enough to train only his body, because willpower is no less important. Behind him there was a cry about where the eggs were. Momo was surprised where was the guy for so long. It felt like he was going to the chicken coop looking for those eggs. But the guy, without thinking twice, skillfully got out. After all, it was the new year the day before, and the queues in the shops are simply huge. And then the confused guy realized that how did the girl even end up at his house? Where does she get the keys from? He even threw her a claim about the violation of personal space. The girl ran up to Mikio and in response reproached him for not preparing food himself and not even ordering it. So my uncle asked me to take care of him. Momo noticed the untidy look of the guy and thought that he had a fight with someone. Mikio didn't want to answer the questions and started chasing her to his house because her uncle would misunderstand everything again. The girl did not lose her enthusiasm and, of course, was not going anywhere. Even opposite, she clutched at the guy with her hands and tried to turn him around to face her. The girl was shocked at how badly Mikio was hurt. No matter how the guy tried to get out of it, nothing came of it. Momo was determined to find out the truth. Mikio came up with a story about how he was attacked and robbed on the way home, But then he caught up with the insolent man and took revenge on him. His revenge was so strong that when the police arrived it was difficult for the attackers to recognize even a person. And then the guy was unstoppable. He kept talking about the fact that she could not even imagine how good his reaction was. Left uppercut, then a right combo, and up and down is the least he can do. When suddenly only one touch of her hand made him become. She gazed into his eyes. Mikio was afraid that the girl would never believe such nonsense. But it seemed she was only concerned about the well-being of the guy. She continued to gently envelop him with her gaze. Mikio just made it clear that he was very tired and he needed to go to bed as soon as possible. Momo was very angry at the moment, and was already on her uncle's way to tell about what had happened as soon as possible. Mikio, of course, was in a hurry to stop her as soon as possible. But she was too angry at the situation. And all the guy's words that he just stood up for his honor had no meaning. As suddenly he fell because he was too weak. The girl was very frightened and immediately rushed to him. She rather wanted to send him to the hospital. But the guy was against it. He explained this by the fact that he would be better at home and there were all the necessary medicines. Momo began to treat the guy. And she was no longer gentle. She rewound him from head to toe. It seemed that just a little bit more, and he himself would turn into a mummy. The girl took revenge on him, and the guy in response shouted that he would never do this again. Mikio, at his own peril and risk, shouted out the phrase that fights are inherent in nature in guys. To which Momo almost started a fight herself. Momo packed up and was ready to go home. But of course Mikio couldn't live without his stupid jokes, and invited the girl to stay together for the night. Because the bed was large and the two of them fit perfectly there. The girl was already used to Mikio's humor, so she made a face and slammed it behind her. The guy was on his own again. And all these thoughts about a brother from the night watch began to absorb him. He remembered all the stories the man had told about the university and the rest of his life. Mikio was thrown off the couch again from the realization that he didn't even know the name of this beautiful hero. But what kind of monster was it? And the answer is very simple. His name was a wandering spirit. It was another from the lower abyss, belongs to the shadow and the dark beginning. He turned against the guys all his hidden attacks. As Mikio already understood earlier, most of all, you need to take care of your back. The guy wondered if there might be a defeated other displayed somewhere, or he would be consumed by the bite of the shadow before victory registered. Mikio got a new skill. It was a wicked blow. It happens with the help of a hidden attack from a shadow that the enemy cannot see. First attack deals massive damage. Mikio began to study himself and found that his shadow points are 14 out of 14, and from abilities he has Shadow Bite, Shadow Pupil, Shadow Shape. The guy was a stalker who was born to fight with others. But in any case there were still many questions. In the shadow form section, his next stats were that his breath would be able to blend perfectly with the shadows that others wouldn't be able to see him, and much more. But most of all the guy was struck by the fourth point. It was about the fact that in case of serious injuries, the volume of his fluid would be delayed, which would slow down the approach to leaving for another world. He decided to summon his shadow in order to test his abilities. And immediately, thanks to one touch, he became this shadow. It was his new ability to take shape. Mikio has gained incredible speed as well as super strength. No matter how he tried to hurt himself, nothing came of it. He was simply invincible. The shape of the shadow was just something. Did not catch the eye and at the same time justified itself well. Everything turned out in the best way. The only thing was that the neighbors from above were already tired. They could not calm down. The shadow, although not striking, but at the same time justifies itself well. The shape is just something Mikio was extremely pleased with. While browsing the system, the guy noticed that now you can open something new. Without thinking twice, he decided to do it. Further, he was notified that he had part of the ability of this skill, but the official, full mastery of them had not yet been obtained. After the full acquisition, no one will have Dan's ability anymore, but still there are risks. Now you need to decide whether to try it or not. This really made the guy think. The system marked the word risks in red. Maybe it's better to refuse. But on the other hand, risks can lead to great opportunities. As a result, the guy just stared at the answer yes, and the system itself decided for him, after which the immersion process began, although the guy was not sure whether he wanted it or not. This knowledge was called risk. Here you need to constantly take risks. If this is not done, then the performer may lose his life. Here any attack causes damage, therefore it is possible all the time. But there are some notes. The first, guns, bows, poisons and other foreign objects will not reproduce any effect. The second, as a man from the shadows, the guy should behave secretly. The higher the reputation, the more fruitful the result will be. And the third, in case of failure, there will be no salvation. Task looked very interesting, and very dangerous. The most interesting thing was that the damage is done even to God. After activating the shadow form, the guy's abilities will be greatly increased, and the need for a certain balance of the red liquid volume will be reduced. When the volume of the victim's red liquid reaches a certain limit, the strip above her head will become scarlet, and the gradual deprivation of the victim's life can be observed. When attacking, you can activate various interesting skills, which will depend on the level of the red liquid, strength, ability, and other factors of both sides. Now the guy understood at what point the skills are activated. He already had the opportunity to use them when he defeated another, but he was afraid to do it. Mikio imagined himself invincible, and was ready to start the task. But first I decided to tie bandages, in which almost the entire body was wrapped. Initially, there were a lot of wounds on his body, but now there is nothing. Is it really that everything passed so quickly? It's just incredible. By the way, even the deepest wound has disappeared. Medicines cannot act so quickly. Some kind of magic is here. Healed so quickly, it was possible because the guy activated the shadow form. The power of recovery is simply amazing. Meanwhile, the guys ate in some place. I'm in the gym. Yesterday's photo of Mikio. Yesterday the guy told me that he met some merchant, and had a fight with him, but this man still had a knife with him, for cutting watermelons. The guys thought that he was injured and some of them wanted to visit him. Momo told them to believe him less. In her opinion, she just got up behind him like a dog and bit him. Because of this, now the guys have a negative impression about Mikio. For them to recover is just an ordinary deceiver. In the end, to confirm her words, the girl decided to bring her friends to the guy right in the house. They are very surprised that Momo has the key to his house, and they try to get out even without knocking. The girl replied that this key was given to her by Tatsuya. The girl entered the door, and said that she came to visit the guy with her friends. At that moment he was in his room, half naked, in severe pain. Somehow, he accidentally opened a wound to himself, and did not know what to do now. The guys came very on time. It's far from the fact that Mikio could handle it alone. He started the bandages too early, and the wound opened. Now the guys realized that he really suffered, and the fault of this was definitely not some dogs, a real rival. They were also shocked by how much the guy pumped up. Now it's clear why he attacked the merchant. With such force you can fight anyone. Momo quickly grabbed her head and told them to go to the living room so they wouldn't interfere. In fact, they were very worried about Mikio and wished him a speedy recovery. Blagden, when there was a god of war. He is the one who created the warring nation in the Nether God realm. Blagden brought millions of warriors to capture the fortress of the Yellow God. When he was about to seize power in the lower realm, he was betrayed by his own brother Divrup and his beloved Sakura, who became Blagden from a family in the city of Shirmori. He was the past genius of the family, but he was framed and imprisoned in terrible chains, and the meridians of the god of war were destroyed. However, Blagden was still the god of war. So his story has just begun. Divrup's sibling and Sakura's lover were cruel and heartless, and therefore they will see no mercy. Blagden woke up to understand what was happening to him. His head hurt terribly. Inexplicable things happened to him. When everything shone around him, he realized that he had received a second chance. The guy was able to be reborn after 100 years. Blagden before he left for another world was invincible. But now he was in the body of some weakling. Every time he looked at himself, he was horrified. All the meridians of the new body were destroyed, so it was impossible to absorb the power. But fortunately for Blagden, the heart of 10 demons was reborn with him. Namely, this heart was the reason that he became a powerful god of war. So broken meridians were not such a big problem. Everything returned to its place. Blagden could not stop from the surge of inner strength, when suddenly a sweet girl burst into the room. It was Akari that Blagden took under guardianship 10 years ago. She brought her brother medicine, but it seems that the guy noticed something on her face. Blagden could not contain his emotions from what he saw. There were beatings on the sister's face. No matter how the girl tried to hide, she still had to tell the truth. It turned out that when she went to the pharmacy to find the elixir of return to life, the manager did not give it and hit the baby in the face. Although Blagden was reborn, his feelings for Akari have increased rather than decreased since merging with the soul of the new body. Akari begged her brother not to go to them. After all, they are not able to defeat anyone. Unfortunately, the brother was unconscious for too long. Akari said that her father doesn't want anything to happen to him either. The family's only desire is for Blagden to be happy. Someone slammed down the doors with Akari screaming that she was the one who stole the return to life elixir for her sick brother. It was Kai. He was the manager of the pharmacy, and it was he who hit the girl. Of course, there was nothing to hide. Of course, the girl continued to defend herself and tried to prove her innocence. But everyone saw perfectly that the sick brother was now alive and well. If he has not taken the elixir, then how can he get out of bed? Brother believed in the innocence of his sister. But the manager of the pharmacy with his servants continued to shout his own. Of course, Blagden stood up for his sister. The servants drew their swords and rushed at the boy. But this is the god of war himself, even if in the past. 2 servants were frightened, but the third decided to try his luck and attack the guy. Blagden stood steadfastly and confidently, so that the servants would not try. The guy was stronger than all of them put together. The manager was overcome with rage. He gave the order to forget and the little girl first to take the life of the guy. But Blagden just disappeared. It was his power called Wind Shadow Step. But it is unlikely that a guy can be in this rack for a long time, because he hadn't used it for a long time. The manager was overconfident. He decided to attack the guy himself. And of course it was the last decision in his life. Blagden immediately repulsed the attack and used one more of his skill, which was called Fist Blade. The manager didn't even have time to say anything in the end. Sister did not know how to behave. Blade Fist is just a mid-level mastery skill. But in this city he is considered powerful. The servants were frightened. And the guy clearly made it clear that from now on, no one would dare to bully his sister. An adult man entered the room. He turned to the young master, glad that he was awake. But immediately his gaze shifted to the steward who had departed into the other world. Well, such was his fate for impudence. The man was shocked as the young master managed to fight with the manager and his servants. It could only mean one thing: that the young master restored his destroyed meridians, and the guy's fighting talent is back. The manager's crime was unforgivable, so the young master personally punished him. The uncle ordered the guards to carry away the body. Well, what will happen to the servants of the manager? With his terrible voice, the guy told that the servants helped the manager to commit the assassination and pass judgment. The servants had to be given 100 blows and also driven out of the house. No matter how the services begged the master, nothing came of them. The uncle helped the young master deal with what had happened. He also reported that Blagden's father would be happy to know that the guy was alive and well. Akari left with her uncle and the guy was left alone. He was tormented by many questions. One of them was about what his fighting spirit would be like in this life. But in order to awaken it, the guy must first reach level 9 body tempering. In his previous life, the young master received the heart of 10 demons from their abyss. His warlike soul was an ancient beast, and his name is Green Dragon. This demon's heart became even darker than it was before rebirth. 10 demonic hearts are various weapons of strange monsters and 5 elements. There are also 5 characters. It is gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Blagden saw the blocked road when suddenly 10 inches of heaven. He heard that the source of the stars, the source of power, the source of chi, and the source of momentum are arguing. And the young master will once again become the god of war. 3 days have passed. The heart of 10 demons is different from what it was in the previous life. She is much stronger. For Blagden not to dig deeper, his heart had to put him in a coma. When suddenly his fist glowed with energy. Blagden received the 9th level of body hardening. But the fighting spirit in the family woke up very early. The day of awakening came too soon. Which means that the family can drive the young master away. Sister did not agree with this. Well, why did the family's fighting spirit wake up so early? Everything didn't go according to plan. There must be something going on. Blagden suggested Akari go to the arena. Perhaps it is in the arena that they will be able to understand what the problem is. On the way, a wolf attacked a brother and sister. Akari was very scared. But the brother immediately closed it with him. This wolf was very fast. Blagden did not understand what was happening. Miraculously, he managed to repel one enemy attack. But this wolf clearly did not want to give up. He again tried to attack the young master. Thanks to this attack, the guy understood. Is it the power of the wind? But how is this possible? When the wolf began to attack again, Akari told his brother about this. The guy reacted very quickly, jumped over the attacking wolf, and struck him with a strong fist on the head right from the air. The sister was very scared, but she worried so much for nothing. Blagden coped with the wolf without any problems. The people who stood around were very unhappy that Blagden took the life of the wolf. They told him that after that, he would not be able to get along normally in the family. The guy did not react in any way, but simply stood and looked at his hand, which was in a red liquid. As it turned out, this wolf was unusual, but edible. But this did not bother Blagden in the slightest. Instead of arguing with these guys, he hugged his sister and went for a walk with her to the arena. Meanwhile, many people had gathered on the mountain near the monument. This is a monument to the fighting spirit. It can refer to the spirits of heaven and earth. He is also able to unlock the potential of the fighting spirit hidden in the body of a martial artist. There, the focus was on the second elder of the Osamu family. He asked for silence in the subject, since the awakening of the spirit began. Raiden was the first to be called to the monument. He was ordered to strike with his aura on the tablets of fighting spirit. Without thinking twice, the guy began to complete the task, but unfortunately he did not succeed in doing it the way he needed to. Since this guy is the weak link, during some tasks, he will always be let in first. His father cried a lot, but still hugged his son, and asked him not to be sad, in order to awaken the fighting spirit of the red class. It was not so bad, everything will be fine. In turn, the son read himself unfaithful, and not worthy to be here. After a while, the fighter still did not calm down much. My father invited him to eat noodles. This guy fell before the last, one of the most useless fighting spirits, which means that he most likely no longer has any chances to become better than he is now. Then the next participant named Michiaki was invited to the monument. This was a young promising guy who was impatiently waiting for his turn and finally waited. He was born with great strength, and a year ago he tamed a poisonous wolf in the forest completely alone. Also, people say that this boy has reached the 9th level of body tempering. It is for this reason that from the moment of awakening until today, his family has advanced exclusively. Michiaki is the protagonist of this martial spirit awakening ceremony. Meanwhile, Blagden came to the ceremony along with his sister. A lot of people knew this guy here. Since he is already 15 years old, he has one last chance to wake up. If this does not happen, then he may not come here anymore. There are also people who are not very happy to see him. But despite this, the guy was in a great mood, and even managed to joke. A strong stream of positive energy emanated from him. No one could spoil his mood. Meanwhile, near the monument, Michiaki was getting ready to show everyone around him who the real genius is. When the youth struck his blow, who behind him appeared the strongest fighting spirit, far from all the great masters, at that age, had such great strength. Everyone who was at the ceremony began to say that Blagden was not even close to that level. This fighting spirit was called Dragon Tiger Beast. Wonderful result. People around were simply delighted. How such a strong power can be stored in such a small boy. Then this boy with a sly smile approached Blagden and asked if he also wants to try. At that moment, the guy was completely not laughing. As soon as it was Blagden's turn to go to the monument, the guys who were with him declared throughout the ceremony that it was he who had taken the life of the wolf. As it turned out, it was the wolf of the one who is currently standing near the monument. This guy was just shocked that such a thing could be allowed at all. He almost tore apart those who told him this. Blagden, in turn, was not at all ashamed of his act and even separately said that it was he who did it. Michiaki was very angry and couldn't believe this had happened. Then another guy ran by and called Blagden cheap because his mother was a prostitute. This daredevil quickly got in the face for his words and flew me how many meters. Then landed very painfully on the face. Michiaki fell apart even more due to the fact that the guy started a fight. Initially he put his wolf to sleep, and then beat his man right in front of him, for which he wanted revenge. So encouraged the fighting spirit. Blagden told him that his animals hurt people. Today he almost injured his sister, so putting the wolf to sleep was the best solution. If the owner of your animal cannot educate him, someone else will do it for him with his own methods. Unfortunately, these words had no effect on Michiaki, and he still wanted to avenge his poison wolf, even if he was really wrong in this situation. Blagden was an unusual guy. He also had his own spirit, and promised the boy that he would destroy his spirit in order to teach him how to behave. For some reason, Michiaki was too sure of himself, and even close to not admitting the fact that he could lose, so he decided to attack first. As expected, the boy easily returned from his blow. The audience also condemned Blagden for the fact that he only dodged, but this was only the beginning. It's too early to draw conclusions. Osamu began to ask the young fighter to stop, otherwise he could damage his soul. The kid replied that this was his own business, and now he simply had to take the life of Blagden. He put all his strength into the cards with his blow. In fact, it was a mediocre waste of energy, because not only strength is important, but also the accuracy of the blow. If everything continues like this, then the attacker will eventually get tired. During the battle, Blagden felt just fine. He charged a magical stream towards the young fighter, from which his spirit suffered greatly. If you do this for a very long time, you can damage the spirit once and for all. Michiaki is so young and already so ruthless. This type of people should be put to death from childhood. The boy was simply shocked by what was happening. He did not understand how Blagden could catch his spirit. Osamu asked the guy to stop this immediately, otherwise it could end very badly. Blagden listened to him, the flow of energy. In a past life, when the guy was young, he specialized in 3 martial arts: Shadow Check, Blade Fist, and Claw and Dragon King. The claws of the king can be transformed into dragon claws to capture the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. One claw can tear the firmament with unparalleled strength. It looks like Blagden overdid it, because Osamu said that the parent destroyed the future of the little boy's family. In fact, it also sounded ridiculous. How such a strong guy could not defeat Blagden? How could he even be called a genius? He is just nobody. The baby lay on the floor and cried, because his fighting spirit was gone. Began to ask why he was beaten, because he is still a child. From the outside it looks very pitiful. At least someone put the juvenile upstart in his place. Osamu tried to understand whether the spirit was completely destroyed or not. At the same time, Michiaki's father, whose name was Toshiro, called out among the crowd. He did not yet know that his son had been beaten without any chance, so he walked with his head held high and said that his son would definitely defeat Blagden. But when he saw that his baby was lying on the floor, his expression immediately changed. Toshiro became very angry and immediately asked who did it. Everyone who was at the event started pointing their fingers at the guy. Since Blagden ruined his son's soul, Toshiro wanted revenge. He summoned his fighting spirit and prepared to attack right now. The guy tried to explain to him that his son was spoiled and so arrogant that in the end he turned out to be what he is now. It's only his fault and no one else's. Unfortunately, these words only angered my father, and he ran into the attack. In his eyes there was only anger and hatred. Blagden, in turn, was very calm. One can even assume that the guy knows for sure who will win this fight. When it came time to cut off the attack, Uncle Michi came to the rescue. He easily repelled the attack instead of Blagden. The guy was very surprised that someone even came to his aid. This angered Toshiro even more. At the same time, his uncle supported the guy and said that Michiaki was very dominant, so he brought it on himself. Then Toshiro's father, whose name was Yasu, got into the fight and started to disperse them. The main argument was that everyone is in the same family. It makes no sense to fight against each other. It's more embarrassing when a brother raises his hand against his brother. No one will fall against the leader of the family, so everyone calmed down. First thing, Yasu went to the guy and asked him if his meridians had recovered. The lad answered proudly, "Yes, sir." This man comforted Blagden every day when his veins were destroyed. He would be very glad that the guy managed to recover, and wished him in the future never give up no matter what happens. Toshiro started screaming about how this guy killed his son. The destruction of a genius is a great sin, therefore, it is necessary to expel the one who did this from the family. The guy immediately found something to answer this. Michiaki is not as good as they say compared to him. It was clearly seen that Blagden is many times stronger. If people call him a loser, how did he manage to defeat the little genius Michiaki? It's just ridiculous. This little boy pissed off the guy too much, and he destroyed his spirit out of self-preservation. If he had not defended himself, then everything would have ended very badly. Blagden then asked if his fighting spirit was unusual, if he could let this incident go unpunished. Toshiro started laughing because everyone knows that a guy can't even awaken the most ordinary spirit. Despite this, Blagden was very self-confident and immediately returned to the monument. This family has one very important rule. If a family member fails to awaken his fighting spirit at the age of 15, yes, he will be expelled from the family. Today the guy had the last chance to prove his right to be in this family. Even at such a crucial moment, the guy remained calm and in a good mood. He smiles as if he had already succeeded. Everyone who supports him cares deeply about him. Yasu suggested not to delay, and do it right now. Without thinking twice, the guy began to collect his energy fist, and made a blow. In a past life, when he awakened the purple golden martial soul of the green dragon, he was only 6 years old, so in this life, the guy planned to become even stronger. But unfortunately, it was not possible to awaken the spirit. Nothing happened after the blow. Toshiro immediately began to laugh out loud, saying that the guy would never become stronger than his son Titan. He also called him a loser. Yasu was very upset when he saw that Blagden still couldn't awaken his spirit. But suddenly a miracle happened. The monument began to sparkle so much that the people around were a little blind. A copper tower formed in the sky. Osamu was beginning to understand what was going on, but he couldn't believe his eyes yet. Fighting spirits come in white, red-orange, yellow, green, purple-blue, purple-red, purple-gold, red-gold, and 12 platinum grades. The guy himself was shocked by what he saw. The copper tower is just a level of green. There were a lot of thoughts on this matter. Blagden guessed that the 12-story tower is the source of fighting spirit, because there is a huge shadow tower in the very heart of the demons. Maybe it has something to do with it. But why then the score is so low? The guy was dissatisfied with the result. More precisely, he did not yet understand how good or bad everything was. Despite the low score, Michi was very happy that it did happen. Toshiro could not believe his eyes, and began to insult the guy loudly, and also say that he would take his life. In fact, it was not all that bad. since the spirit turned out to be unusual after all, which meant that all charges against Blagden were dropped. When Toshiro realized this, he began to tear apart even more. He began to scream that this guy ruined the soul of his son, he has no forgiveness. They immediately tried to put him in his place, saying that his son really behaved badly, so all this happened to him deservedly. Unfortunately, he did not understand the words, so he had to use a little force. For disrespecting the elder, he was punished. In fact, the class was very important for this family, so no one is going to kick the guy out. Then this rabid father was once again asked to leave everything as it is and not talk about it anymore. Yasu also fully supported the guy. Because of this, Toshiro was really very upset. He could not believe that even his own father did not agree with them. At this time, Akari was already in full congratulations to his brother on his first awakening. Now the boy was worthy to be called her brother. The guys came to the family hall, which was founded by their ancestors. According to legend, about 300 years ago, the family was very mighty. Passers-by were already discussing with might and main the current situation that occurred near the monument. Everyone around knew that Blagden had awakened the spirit of the Earth class. But most of all, they were waiting for Michiaki to get his power back. I got my revenge on him. Meanwhile, the guys looked at the hall with great surprise. In order for the family to always be very strong, it must have a strong pedigree. Suddenly, the guy felt a painfully familiar smell to him. But what is it? It was the essence of his past life. It looked so beautiful, sparkling and squirming. In a past life, the boy practiced a sacred martial art called blood magic armor. With 10 demons as the basis, it became available, as many as 6 levels. First, you need to collect 50 drops of red liquid to become the owner of the dragon tiger armor. If you collect as many as 100 drops of red liquid, you can become the owner of the armor of the spirit of the earth, and 500 blowjobs are needed in order to become the owner of the armor of the spirit of water. After that, it is already necessary to collect drops of essence in order to become the owner of the armor of the spirit of gold. However, the 5th level needs 1 more drop of red liquid in order to get the earth demon armor. Last time, the guy managed to reach the 6th level, and 3 drops of his essence turned into a devil armor. She is able to withstand the dragon strike and stop the thunder of heaven. Having blown up his body in a past life, the boy spilled the red liquid all over the continent. He didn't even think he would be able to see it so soon. At the entrance, the guys were met by a young guy, and he said that without the order of the chief, no one can enter here. Blagden did not like it very much, but he decided not to be too harsh with these people. To begin with, he asked where the lion's statue had disappeared. The fact was that a few years ago this stone lion suddenly came to life and became extremely powerful. But he was very ferocious, destroyed many of the family's students. Fortunately, the patriarch managed to stop him. If not for him, then because of the fangs of this lion, even more people would have died. The guy suggested that this statue could torture the essence of his past life into itself, and thus come to life. If Blagden recovers the essence of his past life and places it in the demon net, there will definitely be some consequences. No one knows where this lion is now. At the moment when it was eaten weakened, it became absolutely useless. The head of the family wanted to sell it by putting this lion in the family store, so it is probably now on sale. The boy asked his sister to show him the way to the store. He urgently needs to see this lion. At this time, a buyer had already appeared in the store, who was going to pick up the lion. His name was Dante. Now he's sorry to name the price. Despite the fact that Leo had already weakened, he looked very menacing and scary. I wonder for what purpose he wants to buy him. Since this man was very serious, the seller offered him to pick up the lion for free. As a rule, they don't take money from such people. Dante was very happy to hear this and asked his men to take the cage. Apparently the seller just walked the best relationship between them, so I gave it away for free. Why does Blagden break into the store? He said that this Leo is not for sale. The seller's such a statement caused a storm of emotions. Dante pretended to be very happy to see the guy, and tried to talk his teeth into him while his guys take the cage. But Blagden, not as simple as it seems at first glance, for the deaf once again repeated that this lev is not for sale. The seller tried to take the initiative into his own hands. He called the guy all sorts of bad words, and said that you need to talk to Dante very politely. Initially the guy did not pay attention to this, but when he heard frank insults in his address, he could not restrain himself and hit him in the face with his fist. He is not ready to tolerate such an attitude towards himself. The seller was shocked by such impudence. Instead of calming down, he continued to insult. As a result, for this he received in the face again, only stronger. But nothing ended there. Blagden approached him point blank, and asked again what he called him. The seller answered with insults, for which he was again punished. The guy took his head in his hand and hit it right on the asphalt. Then he asked him to speak louder so that everyone could hear. This time the seller finally think with your head, and he called the guy young master. Dante stood quietly on the sidelines, and was simply shocked by what was happening. Then the salesman started calling himself just a piece of wood and a dog, all so that the guy wouldn't hit him again. The same seller, who now calls himself a piece of money, is at the 9th level of body hardening. After this fight, Dante realized that the boy was finally cured. But still he believes that the guy won only because he attacked first. He would not have had a chance in an honest fight. After the fight, Dante congratulated the guy. All the restoration of his meridian. This is very impressive. Sochi immediately told his workers not to stop, and as soon as possible to take the cage with the lion out of here. Blagden, why is Dante so impudent? Does he really not understand the human language? The assistants turned out to be quite brave guys. They decided to attack the guy in order to protect part of their master. Everyone who treats him disrespectfully should get what they deserve. On the one hand, this is correct, but on the other hand, they still did not understand with whom I was dealing. One of them lost his life before he even drew his sword. The second, when he went into attack, was able to live not much longer, literally a few seconds. Dante got very angry when the guy destroyed his servants. It's almost the same as attacking a person personally, so he immediately wanted to take revenge and attacked Blagden. Of course, the blow was unusual, but magical. The guy immediately responded in kind, and they clashed fist to fist, two completely different forces, drilling among themselves. Apparently, the guy's blow was stronger, because Dante was thrown to the side. Why the guy turned to his sister, and asked what was going on here. The girl had a very sad look. Apparently she knew something, and did not tell about it. At this point Dante starts laughing out loud. He couldn't believe that the guy really didn't know anything. As it turned out, Akari is quite well in control of her body. For the sake of Blagden she went to her brother Dante for medicine. In exchange for this medicine, he asked to spend the night with him, and then there would definitely be no problems with supplies. At that moment the girl answered that she needed to think about this proposal. Akari cried a lot and tried her best to justify herself. The guy got tired of listening to this, and told Dante to shut his stinky mouth. Unfortunately, as I expected, no one here understood in simple words. Everything goes only through force, so Blagden attacked him. The guy managed to deliver the strongest blow directly to the chest of the enemy. He also promised that Dante remember this day forever, and especially this moment. The kid destroyed his meridians. Then he walked up to his sister and told her never to do that again. No matter what happened, he then ordered the cage to be opened. Initially they tried to dissuade the guy from this, because Leo went crazy, and could bring a lot of trouble. To which he told me to argue with him, and do what he ordered. The question arises why there are only 45 drops of essence in the body of this stone lion, because without 50 drops it is impossible to get spiritual intelligence. Then Blagden tried to talk to the lion, asked where his right eye was. In response to this, the lion began to growl. The boy took his sister by the hand, and together they saddled the lion. He was supposed to take them to his other eye. I was very strong, and had incredible movement speed. Dante was simply shocked by what he saw. The lion brought the guys one of the forests of the district. The guy knew right away that this was the place. Exactly in this place 3 years ago the owner of this body was kidnapped by the enemy here. As a result, he became a cripple. Now that the guy has been reborn in a new body, he is ready to take revenge. Whoever it is, revenge will definitely be done. Akari noticed that her brother was thinking too much, so she got a little scared. But after a while he replied that everything was fine, and the guys needed to move further on the way. A huge stone cave appeared. Inside, I noticed a huge, magical thunder serpent. In fact, to see it here is quite a rarity. If the boy could absorb the essence of the thunder python, he would be able to cultivate. Why did the guys notice that someone is already fighting this snake, and doing it quite skillfully? This warrior moved very quickly, and could jump high. This allowed him to go back to the snake and insert his spear into it. But this did not mean that it would be finished. The monster was quite strong, so he threw the warrior to the ground, and then attacked him. Blagden could not stand aside. Therefore, he decided to intervene, thereby saving the warrior. During the battle, the guy noticed that the snake has 3 eyes. The third eye is the one that the lion lost. The guy grabbed his neck and threw him face straight into the ground. Apparently this is his favorite move. The consequences were incredible. The kite fell unconscious. Then the mysterious lone warrior attacks the guy, but all to no avail as he managed to return. Blagden said that he saved his life. Why should they fight among themselves? The warrior replied that it was easy to defeat the snake, and he did not need help. After that he said that he would take the body of the snake, and the body of Blagden too. That's how you help people after that. Why did Guy ask if this warrior knew who he was dealing with? He replied that he perfectly understands who he is dealing with. Now the head of Blagden is worth 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. In the 8 desert continents, spirit stones are included as currency. They are classified into higher and lower grades. 10,000 low-grade stones is approximately equal to 500 acres of land. Akari tried to convince him to fight and disperse peacefully, because if her brother had not helped, then this warrior would have been eaten alive, and no one could help. The guy's patience was slowly ending, and the warrior still continued to tell what a loser Blagden was. The main reason he wants to fight is 10,000 stones. If no one offered this amount, then everything would be much simpler. Then another man came to them and began to laugh out loud. He called the warrior fat, and said that 10,000 stones is too much for him, because he cannot even find an ordinary treasure. The warrior began to say that it was he who destroyed the dragon, found this asshole, to whom all this belongs only to him. This man turned out to be quite stubborn. He said that the thing does not belong to the one who found it, but to the one who received it. Blagden was tired of listening to this meaningless conversation. For a start, he decided to ask politely if the guys had talked enough. The warrior answered him rather impudently. He said that it was impossible to interrupt the elders and called the guy a jerk. Since patience was already at 0, Blagden decided not to answer anything, but simply to hit his stomach well with his fist. Maybe it will make it clearer to them that no one is going to wait long. Up to this point, the warrior was 100% sure that the guy's meridians were destroyed, and he poses no threat at all. But after this blow, everything fell into place. Also, while the warrior was falling, he remembered that the boy had destroyed the snake with one blow. An ordinary person would never be able to do this. After the start of the fight, the second man immediately wanted to run away. Blagden strongly advised him not to run anywhere, if he wants to live, of course. The man immediately began to apologize on his knees for all his jokes, and asked not to be offended by him. He would not do that again. The guy didn't need those useless apologies. He yearned to take the magic sack. The man asked why the guy needs a bag, what he will do with it. There is a lot of stuff in there. This was what he needed. He asked to give everything that the peasant had. Without thinking twice, he gave his bag with things, and asked to be released. The man also told where his friend's magic bag was located. Then the guy let him go. First of all, Blagden went and took away the magic bear, also a single warrior. When the man fled, he shouted that he had never met such impudence. The family in which the guy was very wealthy, so they also robbed. As it turned out, he did not put all his treasures in a bag. He managed to hide the seeds of fire in his pocket. Blagden heard about this and immediately caught up with the man. Already according to tradition, for a start, he simply asked to give the seeds in words. If he refuses to do this, then he will have to take it away by force. With tears in his eyes, the man still gave the seeds. It is a pity that the seeds were not clean enough. But fortunately now helped to detect the presence of real fire seeds, only within 100 miles. The sister was very happy, because this seed was very important for her brother, and he finally found it. The warrior also pretended to be glad, but no one paid any attention to him. Since the guy stole 2 magic bags, he gave one of them to his sister. The warrior tried to return his bag. He began to beg the guy about it. Blagden answered him that one should be grateful for the saved life, and if something is not to your liking, then everything can be fixed. As a result, the happy brother and sister went on about their business. The warrior was left to cry here. After Blagden returned the second class to Leo, there were exactly 50 drops of red liquid in his body. His past life, these drops of essence had a subtle effect on him. The guy took the red essence liquid for himself, but it seems that the spiritual mind of the lion is still present. Akari noticed that the lion's mood has changed dramatically. He is not as cheerful as before. Why is he so upset? The fact is that this Leo had no strength left at all, but he still has a spirit. By the way, the guy allowed his sister to take this Leo to herself if she really liked him. The girl was simply delighted with this proposal, and of course agreed. While the girl is enjoying her new lion, the guy went home. Today was a pretty eventful day. Thought he decided to use the seed. During the ritual, he became aware that the snake's thunder mark had also disappeared somewhere. With his help, the seal he now has can be translated into the seal of thunder. In the end, it took 5 whole days to absorb 50 drops of red rarity from a past life. Red devil armor, thunder seal were ready. Now you need to harden your body. If you do this, the heavenly thunder technique reaches the first level. The seal of heavenly thunder and the earth must absorb their own power. Unfortunately, there hasn't been any sign of thunder in the past few days. It looks like it will take some time. Absorbing the essence of the red liquid and thunder strengthens the body. The combination of the red devil armor and the seal of thunder makes the guy's body even harder. That's what he needs. I wonder why there are so few children in the arena today. Akari notified her brother that today is a family meeting. You must definitely come. When the guy came to the arena, everyone was very surprised. Since Michiaki lost the last family tournament, he hasn't been here again. He was then very publicly humiliated. People did not yet understand where the boy got the courage to come back here. This Blagden greatly humiliated him, and destroyed a very powerful fighting spirit. But today he did not appear alone, but with his older brother whose name was Levi. They immediately went towards the guy with pretensions. Michiaki had never been afraid of anyone from the Blagden family before, but this time he was exhausted too much. This battle left a very heavy residue on him. In martial arts, the worst thing for the masters is that fear can appear in their hearts. Levi immediately got personal. He called the guy a bastard and said that he made a fearful girl out of his brother. Then he promised to destroy his soul and meridians in today's family competition. He also said that he would make the guy an invalid for the rest of his life. Blagden asked in a calm voice what Levi called him. The eldest brother, as the roof went down, he publicly began to say not good things about the guy's mother, called her a girl of easy virtue, and her father an alcoholic. This rotten speech was interrupted by Yasu. Apparently, this is the only adequate person in this family. But even if grandfather asked to stop, Levi still could not shut up and continued to say terrible things in front of the full guy. Like Blagden, not the type to repeat twice or take too long, he clenched his hand into a fist and punched right in the face. As expected, this caused a storm of negative emotions in Levi. After that, the guy climbed into the arena and offered to arrange a fight that would go on until someone stops breathing. The senior brother immediately agreed to this proposal. He wanted everyone to see how he would destroy Blagden. The fuss began around. Everyone began to discuss this conflict, and to think who would win this fight after all. Just a couple of minutes later, both fighters were already in the ring. Since Blagden was already cured, people began to suspect that this duel might not end well. In fact, Levi was far from the weakest opponent. He was already at the 7th level of spiritual strength, supported by the Link Academy, where Blagden had so much courage. Levi couldn't believe that this guy decided to challenge him. How dare he act like that towards the elders? Before the start of the battle, the father of these two feeble-minded children asked the eldest son not to restrain himself, and to destroy Blagden with just one move. Sounds like fantasy. Let's see what happens in practice. Blagden, in turn, warned Toshiro that now, unfortunately, he would have another sickly son. After these words, there was a feeling that the father would now enter the ring himself and fight against the guy. The eldest son tried to calm him down. He said that now Blagden will get what he deserves, because if the guy hits him at least once, then everything human will disappear from him, and it will be impossible to stop him. The guy said straight to his face that Levi was not human anyway. Toshiro hated with all his heart how his children were beaten or insulted, how he could be understood as a father, but not as a sane person. The guy also added that he does not even consider the father of these two restless children a man. If he were him, he would not have neglected the rules of his family, and would not have sent his nephew to the deprivation of life. As it turned out, then in the cave, the warrior himself told who offered 10,000 stones for the guy's head. It was Toshiro. It turns out he went to the most extreme measures to destroy Blagden. When this information became public, of course, he began to make excuses and say that this was all a blatant lie. The guy just started laughing when he heard how ridiculous Toshiro justified himself, and his eldest son at that moment stood in front of the kid and wished him to lose his life as soon as possible. As a result, from such a bitter truth, his nerves could not stand it, so in order to somehow shut up the mouth of the main character, Levi started the fight ahead of time. The guys clashed with their fists and began to put all their strength into the blow. Yasu looked at it and couldn't believe that the guy managed to reach the 4th level of spiritual power in just a few days. In the first skirmish, Blagden's blow turned out to be much stronger. The opponent literally flew back. The spectators were simply shocked. How is it possible for Levi to be at the 7th level of spiritual strength and still lose? Levi himself could not believe it. Right during the battle, he began to shout that it was impossible, but there was nowhere to go. He had to fight to the last. Then, due to his great anger, he wanted to know the truth. According to his feelings, Blagden was also at least at the 7th level. The guy said confidently, "You don't have to worry about this. He doesn't have the 7th level." Even though he had absorbed 50 drops of red liquid essence, the strength was significantly higher than Levi's. The boy wins solely due to the experience that was gained during the battles from his past life. So in fact, when Blagden proposed this fight, he was not in a favorable position at all. Meanwhile, Levi's nerves finally lost. He could not understand how the guy manages to fight like that without having the 7th level. After sensible thoughts began to come into his head, he finally began to understand that he had underestimated the boy, and was not too careful. It was noticeable that Blagden was tired of talking, and was already determined to finish it all right now. Therefore, he said that it would be a great honor for Levi to lose his life from his blow. The older brother was surprised at how confidently his opponent spoke despite the fact that he had a green fighting spirit. Believing in himself, Levi went on the attack. The guy was just waiting for this, in order to successfully intercept her and take the initiative into his own hands. To meet him, he released a magical hand twice as strong. This allowed him not only to repel the attack, but to take the entire duel under his control. He hit back and threw Levi out of the ring altogether. It was an unconditional victory. The 4th level defeated the 7th right in front of everyone. The audience simply could not believe their eyes. They can be understood. This is far from being seen every day. Blagden has already managed to ridicule the staring, hard and strong blow of his opponent, which he managed to intercept without any problems. But all over, it was too early to rejoice, and this is not the end. Levi got up with difficulty, then took out some kind of pill from his pocket and began to eat it. He went to the most extreme merry. It was already clearly against the rules. After taking this pill, Levi's eyes turned red, after which he summoned an extremely strong spiritual warrior. Since Blagden is not living this life for the first time, he immediately realized that this is a pill for forced cultivation. The price of one such cultivation is a certain amount of red liquid, as well as a small withdrawal of potential. Before going on the attack, Levi said that he would never be able to become a man again if he did not take the life of Blagden today. The guy was not upset about this at all, because he had never considered his opponent as a person anyway. At that moment, he was already completely ready to take the fight. In these conditions, the guy was already 4 levels lower, and not 3. This betrayed much more confidence to his opponent, and he again ran into the attack. In order to protect himself, Blagden activated the red magical armor of the first level. Then he summoned a dragon tiger, along with red tiger armor. He released his magic hand in response, and easily repelled the opponent's attack. Levi was just shocked by what happened. Due to the fact that he was initially very tired, then took a pill, and put absolutely all his remaining strength into this blow, he completely lost control and began to fall to the ground. The audience did not stop discussing this fight. They became very interested, since when did Blagden become so strong and powerful? In the last competitions, he could not even compare with Levi, and now he defeated him so easily. Osamu also froze in place, and tried to understand what had just happened. At one point he even stopped blinking his eyes. Levi was on his knees and was ready to start crying at any moment. He vehemently believed that he could not be defeated. After such a powerful blow, the meridians of Blagden should have collapsed, and he did not even budge. The most interesting moment of this battle came. The guy turned to his opponent and said that for all the insults that he said, today he would destroy his meridians, after which he punched him right in the chest. Michiaki was very frightened when he saw his brother fall to the floor unconscious. There was no limit to the anger of the father, because the guy destroyed the soul of the youngest son, and now the meridians of the second eldest son. He swore to everyone in the world that he would destroy Blagden. In response, the guy said that he gave life to Levi, only because he is his cousin. These words destroyed the last nerve cell in you, father. Without any hesitation, he attacked the guy and tried to hit him. But someone grabbed his hand and told him to stop it now. This was done by Osamu. He kept order here, and could not allow an adult to attack a young fighter, especially knowing what his motive is. The sons turned out to be too weak and lost in a fair fight. Then Levi called his father, and he seemed to calm down. The son asked to return home, and promised his father that he would take revenge for Blagden 100 times stronger. While this sad family was resolving their issues, Osamu told the guy how much he admires him. His talents are now much better than before. He promised to tell the elders about today's events. They will definitely give some practical advice. Blagden was very grateful for this. On the way home, the father told his sons that if it were not for these two old men, he would have destroyed this fellow right now. The purpose of his life was to make sure that Blagden passed away in the most terrible way. At this time, everyone continued to admire the guy's incredible feat. Even Yasu approached him and praised him, just like his grandfather said that after watching this fight, he gained quite valuable experience. People called him the most powerful in their family. Many wished him to meet other powerful warriors as soon as possible, but none of them knew that Blagden in a past life was the god of war, who could even show him the true path in all 7 continents. Based on this, the boy realized that he could only rely on himself. Yasu then entered the ring and asked everyone to be quiet. He announced that the first place in this family competition was taken by Blagden. Does anyone have any objections? There was a completely logical question. If the guy could defeat Levi, then who could even fight him? But unfortunately there was no answer. Now the people welcomed this guy as a new genius. This could not but rejoice. The sister was also very happy and glad for her brother. Since there is no objection to this young fighter having the first place, the Thunder Fruit Family Competition prize will go to the winner. Everyone was delighted with the prize. The Thunder Fruit hardens the flesh, making it stronger, and this is very useful for a person. Blagden had already passed the tempered body realm a long time ago, and had reached the spiritual realm. Giving this item to him would be a waste. In addition to hardening the body, it has another hidden effect. If you absorb the fruit during the thunder, you can get the spiritual power of the world, and this is a very big achievement. Everyone was then notified that the annual meeting of the Blagden family would take place in 3 p.m. as scheduled. Yasu approached the guy separately and asked him to go away with him for a while, so that he could talk one-on-one. They came together to the family temple. As Blagden's power has grown significantly, this gives hope for sweet revenge. When the guy went inside the temple, his red liquid began to boil. Now he was sure that this temple contained the essence of his past life. Blagden pointed his finger and asked the guy if he knew these spiritual tables. Grandfather began to say that the very first head of the family was with a green class fighting spirit and ordinary abilities, but step by step he became much stronger. Thanks to this, he led his family to establish the status of one of the 8 great families on 8 continents. Unfortunately, the owner of the family had a very rabid personality. One of the powers was unhappy with this and secretly plotted. Because of this, now this family is considered the most ordinary in this small doomsday town. At that time, the head of the family did not want to be a simple person and work hard to build a family business. Now the family lives on much better than then, but it is no longer possible to return to its former glory. In the guy's past life, he exploded and spilled 3,000 essences of the red liquid, and apparently the ancestor was lucky to absorb some of it, otherwise he would not have been able to achieve such success. Yasu then added that we are all like children, should imitate our ancestors, train hard and work hard. He also has a dream to give the family its former glory and completely destroy the family of the neighboring family with which there are certain problems. During the time when the Lord defended the 8 Waste continent, he fought the Lord for 7 days and 7 nights. But then, when the head of the family returned, he found out that, in a family in which there were about 100 people, only 1 dozen of them survived, and in the end he managed to restore the Emu family, but already in this city. In general, Yasu has been leading all this time to the fact that the guy has great potential. Grandfather was already sure that he would not have time to return the family to its former status. But Blagden is still the only one in whom he sees hope. The guy looked at the monument of this leader of the family and said to him, since he absorbed Blagden's blood in a past life, he can half consider him a student. The kid is going to take revenge for what was done to his ancestors then. It was on this day that Yasu decided to give the young fighter a valuable family asset. It was a first-class spiritual education. Grandpa was very surprised when he found out that the guy generally knows about such a thing as spiritual education. At that time, he was a 7th grade spiritual education master. How could he not know that? Then the harm, and all the items, quite by accident, the kid caught his old sword on the gas. The girl explained that it was the broken sword of their ancestors. At that time it was used to defeat the world-famous insidious lord. This sword is too hard, which is why it was sealed with spirit education. The guy pulled this sword to his hand with the power of thought. Grandfather was very scared for him, so he asked to stop it. But when Blagden managed to calmly pick it up, he was surprised to say the least. It was the same sword that the boy used in a past life, the most ruthless sword. If a person picks it up, he becomes cold and ruthless, and his combat power increases many times, like a deity that destroys all enemies on the way. It was created from hellish steel, and forged by the first master of the lower kingdoms in 300 days. Now this ruthless sword is divided into 9 parts, and this is one of them, but the most important part is the hilt, with which it will be possible to practice a new modern martial art called Kendo. Yasu laughed happily and said that this sword never recognized its lord in its life. Even the ancestors could not get his approval. It was very difficult to believe that he chose Blagden, although broken, but from now on will belong to the boy. Now grandfather is sure for sure that this family will live for a very long time, since it gave birth to a genius. Right during the walk, the sword began to produce some kind of magical action, after his boyfriend moved to heaven, even without a sword in his hands. There he saw his ancestor. Apparently now there will be a long scene that will show how he fought with the deity. It was the most difficult battle, during which the combat skills and abilities of a very high level were used. As a result, a decisive blow was dealt, and the deity fell apart. Then this warrior noticed that Blagden was present here. He immediately flew to him, knelt down, and handed over this sword. How this ancestor at that time absorbed almost all the red liquid of the guy and returned the sword to him. So they were destined to meet, because the ancestor is half his disciple. The guy swore to avenge the terrible deprivation of the life of his relative, then took this sword in his hands. Meanwhile, Toshiro still could not calm down and continued all this time to tell how the guy crippled his two sons. He would not be a man in his life if he did not take revenge. Since Levi's meridians are destroyed, he will never be able to train again. Instead of living in shame, it is better to take one interesting pill. Toshiro was extremely opposed to his son taking it because it is a red devil pill. Although it can restore the meridians and stimulate the potential, the side effects are so great that once swallowed they will definitely persist into the future. The father offered his son to wait a little longer. He was sure that he could find a way to fix his son's problems with the meridians. Michiaki, in turn, began to support his brother. It is necessary to take a pill in order to come and destroy Blagden. The older brother said that he did not care about the side effect. For him the main thing was to take the life of the one who brought a lot of trouble to their family, and he did not want to waste a single minute. Levi swore to his younger brother that he would avenge him once this magic pill worked. The father was furious, but still did not go against the decision of his son. He only told him that if it came to this, then his son should take the time to soak up the red liquid for the duration of the pill. In 3 months there will be an autumn hunt of the enemy family. The father has already contacted the Fury sect. They will be able to destroy Blagden with the help of this poor family. The sons really like this idea. Blagden will never guess that the person who destroyed his meridians was a member of the Fury sect. It will be a lot of fun. It was already deep night. The guy finally decided to talk with his sword. Last time, the sword followed him and destroyed so many enemies that its potential form absorbed a fair amount of evil spirits. It is a pity that the sword was broken into as many as 9 pieces. Then the guy noticed that a thunderstorm had formed outside. It was just the perfect time to practice with the thunder fruit. Under the roof of the night, the guy moved to training. A passerby almost immediately noticed how some brave guy went out for a walk in such heavy rain. Looking at him, one could assume that he fell in love. 80% of people do this. Such love has come out in this world. It is the communion of life and the end of life. But also these people have heard that in this way some warriors close their thunder power bodies. This guy is running out of town. Could this mean something? Thunder hardening sounded like something unbelievable to them, because no one in the whole city could do such a thing. It was true, because there is not a single young man in this city who is stronger than Master High. This guy is known as Body Monster. He was sure that the one who tries to make the tempering with thunder will not succeed, and he could only wish good luck. Then, when the guy flew right next to them, the Master Heya had eyes of 5 kopecks each. They decided to follow the guy. Meanwhile, Blagden got to where he needed to be just in time. The effect of simply absorbing the thunder fruit on the body is minimal, but if with the power of thunder, then the effect will be much better. The guys who noticed the guy already took the best viewing places. They could not believe that the guy really wants to close his body with the help of thunder. Well, it's impossible. The power of the thunder is too great. Does not have a strong body. It is no different from trying to lose his life. Then they agreed not to make any noise, but just to see what trick the guy uses to make it work. Lightning completely covered the body. It could be said with confidence he succeeded. No one could imagine that in the city of Doomsday there is a person with a stronger body than Master High. Then the guys suggested that the young fighter must have something that helps protect his body, because otherwise hardening is impossible. But what kind of item is it? More people are gathering. The guy was just a few steps away from completing the ritual. Hui, without thinking twice, decided to attack the guy in order to interrupt all his procedures. Blagden was very surprised that someone in the middle of a dark forest found him and decided to attack him. Unfortunately, due to the fact that the guy was busy, he missed the first impact. But this did not knock him off his feet. Now the ritual has been interrupted. The guy is in a very disadvantageous position. The Master High demanded to give him the treasures. In response to this, the guy is just at the dining room shameless. Hui was shocked that the guy had the courage to address him like that. Initially he was going to let him go, and now that the guy insulted him in front of many people, he could not let it be. From the outside it sounded very funny. If you came to fight, they say some kind of goodbye. Among the people, the masters of Heya are called a monster. Most likely the time has come to destroy it. The master promised to use the power of his flesh to incinerate the guy. The guys clashed with their fists. Now they accurately determine which of them is stronger. This time, the guy's blow was clearly more powerful. Because the master flew off in the opposite direction, his surprise simply knew no bounds. How such a young fighter, with such a low level of a man, could resist him? The blow was so strong that the master began to spit red liquid. No one had brought him to such a state. It was something incredible. The audience began to recognize Blagden. This is the same loser who could not wake up until the age of 15. And now he is already fighting with the master himself. Everyone was looking forward to the results of this fight. After the blow, the master began to complain, because the guy promised to use only physical strength, but at the same time using magic. The people who supported the master also supported the absurd accusation. How is it possible to use magic weapons during the battle? This is not an act of a real warrior. The master began to crush what? The guy has a thin gut to fight without magic. Blagden got tired of listening to this stupid chatter, and he decided to attack. The master has already realized that this guy is not a blunder. I wonder what ability he got in the end. The master has been training his body for 20 years, but still remains worse than a piece of shit. In order to somehow resist, you need to use spiritual power. The master began to shout loudly, and went into a tight attack. The master began to use his spiritual power. Although he himself had just asked to fight with physical power, this is the meanest thing he could ever do. And his servants kept making excuses for him. They didn't care how absurd the situation was. Everyone who supported the master wanted him to destroy the beloved guy in ways. Some people have already begun to sell them for the sacred day. Fate itself has brought all the people here together. They were lucky to see two gentlemen fighting each other. The warrior invited everyone to come up to him and place bets so that people could get a little rich. Because here it was obvious who would win. It would definitely be a master. Some people became very angry with the organization. How can you talk about it in such a sacred place? It seems this person has gone crazy because of money. The answer to this, the warrior asked, does anyone doubt the victory of his master? After these words, people slowly began to approach and place bets. The first person bet 12 silver coins on master's victory. Literally just recently, the master spat blood. This is at least a reason to doubt his victory. But this time he uses spiritual power, so he cannot lose. Why did everyone who had the opportunity run to put money on the master? Everyone who left on him hated Blagden without exception. Just give them a reason, and they will do the worst towards him. As a result, absolutely everyone who had money put them on the side of the master. Apparently, the warrior was far from a stupid person. Deep down he understood who Blagden would win. They were his master, so the only one who put on the guy was exactly him. Meanwhile on the battlefield, the vaunted master, with his own eyes, did not even have time to follow the movements of Blagden. It was necessary to finish these dances with a tambourine. The process of exhaustion of the enemy was coming to an end. It's time to apply the blade strike. The blow was extremely accurate. The guy hit right in the face. After which the master immediately fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked, of course, except for the warrior who took the bets. He just smiled slyly under his mask. He easily managed to rob naive people. People began to beg the master to gather his strength, but so far he only missed blows. Not only could not gather himself, he was no longer able to move normally. Meanwhile, a strong quarrel began between the audience. They began to blame each other for the wrong forecast. The events of this story begin on the Latin continent. The main character, who is clearly in a hurry somewhere, meets us first. The street was very bad, strong thunder, and constant lightning. Judging by the fact that the guy got out on one of the highest points in the district, we can assume that the weather does not frighten him in the least. By the way, his name is Yahiko. At one point, he looks beautiful and menacing. This is the perfect combination for a guy. The style of clothing is restrained, a beautiful hairstyle and white hair. In general, this is the ideal of any woman. Today, thanks to the thunder of grief, the man will finally open the Dantian seal. This is such a part of the body located a few centimeters below the navel, the so-called genital area, the place of concentration of vitality. Yahiko stood and restlessly looked at the city that was in front of him. He could not believe that he would finally be able to break through the chi purification realm, which he had not been able to do for many millennia. Then his powerful disciples ran up to the guy, who went on a campaign with him. He was approached by his third student named Michael, who apologized for her incompetence and notified the teacher that she would no longer be able to suppress what she was asked to do. The rest of the students also ran up and told the teacher that this passage to the city is a very dangerous undertaking. You need to think more gladly before doing it. Yahiko looked down on them and ordered everyone to stop talking. According to the guy, some of his disciples could have broken out of the shrine long ago, but because of him, they were doomed to remain in the Chinyun continent for thousands of years. This information did not upset them in any way. On the contrary, they were very grateful that now, because of the teacher, they can proudly be called emperors. The guys are ready to cultivate all their lives so that their teacher can finally remove the seal of Dantian. Yahiko, who has thoroughly studied all aspects of spiritual and physical development, has brought up the best representatives of the Chinyun continent for tens of millennia. But due to the innate seal on the guy's body, his level froze at the stage of chi purification. Break the seal with lightning, this is his last chance. The guy has long made a decision for himself. Either today he will break the seal, or he will die. An electric dragon that flew in the sky, that was the man's goal. Gathering his thoughts, he jumped out to meet him. As planned, Yahiko received a powerful lightning strike, which unfortunately he could not survive. His disciples until the last tried not to worry. After all, they believed that in the whole world there would be no one equal in strength to their master, and he would endure everything. But unfortunately not this time. When the students realized that their master had lost his life, a strong panic began, a lot of screaming. No one could believe that this actually happened. Whole millennia of hard work, was it really all in vain? The guy will definitely never come to terms with this. Then when he hit the ground, his body disintegrated into a bunch of small particles. But this was not the end, but only the beginning. As much as 700 years have passed, it was the same city on which lightning reigns forever. On chains, all beaten up, in some dungeon hung a guy who looked very much like Yahiko. At the moment he is unconscious, the people who are next to him, I'm trying to wake him up by pouring a bucket of cold water on him. But it did not help much. The man still did not want to wake up. But what to do now? How to bring him to his senses? The girl who sat on the throne told him not to worry much about this, because the life of this guy is not so important. As it turned out, she has magical abilities, and tried to get information out of his head with the help of magic. All that could be found was to deprive a fragment from the Emperor's book. Such sword techniques are now useless. No one has been using them for a long time. The girl was upset that she had wasted her time, and ordered the servants to feed this body to the dogs. So he did. A few minutes later the body was already lying on the street. Suddenly the guy opens his eyes, and in an instant, he remembers all the brightest moments from his past life. He could not think that he would be reborn in another body. He was saved only by the fact that he managed to save a piece of his soul when the body disappeared forever. And now, after 700 years, a piece of the guy's soul finally ended up in the body of one of the descendants of the family to awaken memories of a past life. The best part was that the seal that had tormented Yahiko all her life had finally disappeared. The man remembered that the Luo family always wanted to take possession of the secret sword techniques that his family possessed, in order to protect themselves, it was decided to betray this technique to Yahiko so that he could join the Luo clan and be there as his own. But on the wedding night, something happened. A woman named Maki took away the formula of the technique, broke the dantian, and cut off the guy's cultivation. She kept him in a dungeon, and every day she came to mock him. This is an act of a sick man on the head. Since Yahiko woke up, it's time for revenge and she's going to be very sweet. Meanwhile, at the home of the Gu family, they were trying to marry off a girl named Mariko. In this life she was Yahiko's sister. She really did not want to get married, and begged not to force her. At the moment, no one was going to listen. She was only told that Master Lin came to her personally. Because he respects and appreciates her, how can he be refused at all? Mariko was very confused, and could not hold back her tears. She did not want to accept the fact that now, just like that, she would be given away for a husband to some man once and for all. Then the elder said that he had chosen this girl for their joint marriage with Master Ling, so this matter was no longer up for discussion. After the words of the elder, the girl began to cry even harder. At that moment, Master Lin just laughed at her instead of trying to calm her down. He also said that he did not come here for consent, but simply to pick up a girl for himself. He was sure that in the Gu family, there would be no daredevil who was trying to stop him. He had absolutely no feelings for her, he just liked her appearance, and he wanted to make her his personal dog. Only God knows what awaits the girl if she gets into Master Lin's house. Two guys grabbed Mariko and tried to take him away in an unknown direction. But something didn't quite go according to plan. Sharp objects flew into the head of two guys, and they fell to the floor with no signs of life. The girl was even more frightened. Panic began in the hall. Ordinary people began to run away, and the mercenaries tried to find out who did it in order to attack in response. It was Yahiko who came to save his sister, and he also didn't like Master Ling's words that no one from the Gu family would resist, thinking that was a big mistake. Sister immediately got up and ran to hug her brother. She was very happy that she was not abandoned. But unfortunately there was no time to hug for a long time. An unequal battle was coming. Master Lin knew firsthand who came to him. This guy stayed in the dungeon for 2 whole years. But as soon as he returned, he immediately began to look for where he would lose his life. Such thoughts were noticeably in Lin's head. This fat man was so sure of himself that he offered for Yahiko to kneel down and watch his wedding night with Mariko. He still had no idea what was really waiting for him. After Lin said all his dirty words, he took up a sword and went on the attack. It seemed to him that he could cope with a single blow, but how wrong he was. At the same time, with the help of magic, Yahiko draws the sword of one of the servants to him. Thanks to this, the guy manages to deliver the strongest blow before Lin did it. As a result, this fat carcass flies in a completely different direction and begins to bleed red liquid. The battle was over before it even started. It's so easy and simple to say goodbye to your life if you imagine that you are God in this world. In fact, people were panicking not only because of the fight. Master Lin, who was very respected in these places, now when his close people find out about this incident, they will want revenge, and they will come to destroy the entire family. Yahiko called the person who said this rubbish, because in front of their own they act like wolves, and in front of strangers they just whine like little dogs. This fat freak forced all the people to pray for him and exalt, and no one wanted to do anything about it. How can you tolerate such an attitude towards yourself? The man who remained here in charge was very angry, and decided to speak out. He did not like the way Yahiko spoke to him, and he promised to take the life of the guy, so that he would later give his body as an apology to the elders for Master Lin. So he took out his sword, summoned the heavenly net technique, and attacked the boy. To protect himself, the guy uses the same technique, only his punch is several times stronger. After a few moments, Yahiko completely takes over the initiative. The old man no longer has the strength to hold back this flow. The guy said that the old man had already lived enough. It was time and honor to know, so he put even more strength into his blow and destroyed him. The man fell without any signs of life. People couldn't believe their eyes. What happened now was impossible because Yahiko is in the chi purification stage, How did he manage to separate the clan elder? He is one of the strongest people here. There was still a third elder in the lady, but he was not so eager to fight. His name was Toru. Between the guys there was a conversation about some book of the emperor. It describes an imperial-level technique based on the accumulated human martial skills, experience, and spiritual strength, helping him break through to the wisdom stage. The camera technique cultivated by the Gu family for generations is an ancient sword technique created by a true master in their family, also known as the creators of the imperial sword. It is a pity that the formula did not reach this time in its entirety. Only a fragment of it remained, which is why the clan of Gu falls into ever greater decline every year. But this guy's sword just worked like he knows the true formula. Is that even possible? After the battle, Yahiko approached his sister, hugged her, and said that soon everything would be over, you just need to wait a bit. Fragments from the mind of the original owner of this body is similar to their family's imperial scripture, because after using these techniques, this scripture seems very familiar. This technique must be the handiwork of the man named Ranmaru, is one of Yahiko's students. It was even difficult to imagine that after 700 years, the guy would be able to find traces of his students everywhere. I wonder why only a fragment. Is this really all that has come down to descendants? Having been reborn, the guy keeps countless secret techniques in his heart, including those of the emperor. However, the strength of this body is too small. The level of cultivation is not enough, so the guy cannot use these techniques to the fullest, otherwise it may end badly. Well, whatever it was, Yahiko decided to put an end to all this lawlessness. Toru turned out to be many times smarter than the previous elder. He managed to guess that Yahiko understood the true meaning of the family scripture, unless now someone other than him can be the head of this family. The answer was obvious, absolutely no one, because there are no equals to him here. In the end, everyone knelt down and welcomed the new head home. The guy was very pleased, but he said that he would not waste time on this. In the evening, the servants asked their elder if they would really have to recognize Yahiko as the head of the clan. His actions offended the entire Luo and Ling families. The elder replied that if he was recognized as the head, then all the responsibility for what had been done would fall on his shoulders. If in the end he managed to defeat everyone, then it would be possible to share his success with him with joy. And if not, then it will be possible to use the situation to get rid of it. In any case, the elders win. The guys called the elder very wise, and promised to act on his instructions. This decision was really very logical. Let's see how it all turns out in the end. Meanwhile, Yahiko and her sister were going to their private house. Mariko greatly admired her brother. She said that he was magnificent. If this continues, no one will dare to mock them anymore. At that moment, the guy coughed violently. Red liquid began to come out of his mouth. When the guys entered the room, the sister tried to help in every way she could. She put the guy on the bed and waited for further instructions. He asked to speak a little quieter. It was impossible for anyone to know that the guy was feeling bad. This could lead to big problems. This body could not even withstand the blow of the sword. You need to return to the previous level as soon as possible. Otherwise, you can completely accidentally take your own life. At the moment, it's better not to fight with magic at all. First you need to temper your body, then turn to the practice of true qi. After that, direct the flow of energy into the body to refine into spiritual strength in order to increase the level. Higher than the stage of the ascetic, there is also the stage of the celestial, emptiness. All that exists and the wisdom of Ajay from the stage is divided into 2 pages, and they, in turn, into 3 stages, the initial, middle, and the highest. If you break through the void, and the level of the monarch, then it will be possible to ascend to heaven. For tens of thousands of years, his past life, because of some kind of pitiful seal, the guy could not do anything, then he did not live, but only think about how to remove it. Having received this chance, he will surely compensate for the sorrows of his past life and get to the very top. The initial task is to harden the body in order to make the body stronger and improve its level, then it will become more resistant to magic. At this moment, the sister begged her brother to calm down even for a moment, and begin to follow the breath. She promised to be there, and help in any way she could. This girl will not allow anyone to disturb her brother. The guy noticed that she is holding a dagger in her hand. Is she really ready to risk her life, just to try to save her brother's life? Well, it seems that after today's events, Yahiko has unleashed a war against the Lin family and the Luo family. You need to temper your body as soon as possible and prepare for the worst-case scenario. First of all, you will have to choose this scroll as the main skill. Pumping it will be easier for the guy to protect himself. Yahiko has already gone through the stage of chi purification in a past life. This body is too weak. It is best to start by choosing practices aimed at improving the body. The practice of 10 freedoms was taken as a basis. When the purification process began, the book turned yellow, began to fly in the air and emit strong magical rays. With every minute they were stronger and stronger. Then the flow of energy became so strong that the guy began to scream in pain, and a huge yellow beam flew out of the house into the sky. He even made a hole in the ceiling. At that moment, the sister was walking on the street. When she saw this beam, she was simply in shock. Did the brother decide to break out of the realm of the new spirit? In the end, after the procedures, Yahiko was very happy, because it was the spiritual energy that he tried to attract many times in his past life. He finally managed to take possession of it. Meanwhile, in the enemy Xiaoyao clan, some kind of movement was starting. Their patron personally came to their house. The fact is that all these years that this clan exists, no matter what danger it is in, no one has ever responded to calls for help. I wonder who this person who managed to attract the attention of such a high-ranking person. There were rumors among the people that Elder Mo in Anyang adopted a disciple named Maki, who was able to break through the realm of youth at the age of 18. Maybe she is a genius sent from heaven, under the supervision of this patron. An order was issued to immediately send a letter to Elder Mo asking him to send here Maki, the genius chosen as the patron. Meanwhile, Yahiko and his sister were having a tea party. But before that, the guy decided to do a little meditation. Even with his eyes closed, the guy understood that his sister was looking at him very intently, so he decided to stop and ask Mariko to stop doing this. In fact, the girl just couldn't get enough of the fact that her brother had finally managed to break through the minor spirit realm. She was so happy. In a past life, the guy was obsessed with finding a way to remove the seal. He was not interested in interaction with other people at all. Now he has a sister, and he does not know how to behave with her correctly. Then the servants came to the room and said that they went to the guy with a question. Yahiko first told his sister to leave the room so she wouldn't hear anything. The boys reported that Maki had just arrived at the Xiaoyao clan. With the help of Elder Mo in addition to this, the elder installed the Xiaoyao clan order on the Lu family's home. Well, this chanterelle turned out to be quick. She needs an eye and an eye. But the main problem was not with her, but with the Xiaoyao order. It guarantees absolute protection. Even the emperor's family would have to ask permission to visit the Luo family. Yahiko didn't see any problem with this since he crossed Mr. Lin's way. The only thing left to count is helping the Luo family. But since Maki divorced our family unilaterally, we can probably forget about it. One of the servants began to tell that the Gu family was helpless at the moment in isolation. Therefore, after conferring among themselves, the guys decided that it would be best to pass on the full formulation of the sword technique to the Luo family, in order for our family to be safe. Yahiko did not tolerate such impudence, and immediately threw this cup right at the head of the one who said it. Since when did his wards decide that they have the right to make such decisions? The guy was very angry with them. Toru almost immediately noticed that the mane had moved into the middle stage of the minor spirit realm. The head informed his wards that the Luo family should be destroyed, and their head must definitely die. If someone does not want to take part in this, he can safely leave the Gu family. Everyone around was silent, and did not know what to answer. At that moment, the elder tried to understand what happened to the main one. He could not just take it and reach the middle of the kingdom of the small spirit in one day. Toru wanted to push him into an ill-advised war with the Luo family and reap the rewards of his decisions. But now if the chief does, then the elder's plan to seize power within the family will definitely fail. Therefore, it was decided to release him and hand him over to the Luo family. Firstly, If the guys grab their leader, then they will be able to curry favor with the Lu family. And secondly, this guy can be very useful to them. After that, the elder will be able to return power to his own hands. It's the same as destroying 2 birds with 1 stone. Before attacking, the elder said that even with the knowledge of the true technique of the sword technique formula, Yahiko barely broke through the lesser realm. Apparently, the elder was too hasty when he gave the boy his seat. For the sake of the future of the Gu family, he wanted to personally teach the chief a lesson. Yahiko reacted positively to this challenge and asked him to attack faster because he was in a hurry. Only after this phrase, no one wanted to attack, the guys were very scared. The elder called them a bunch of cowards and tried to raise morale by telling them that knowing the true formulas does not make him the strongest man on the planet. Without this knowledge, he is the most common garbage. When the guy got up, he immediately began to use magic so that the elder would understand which of them was actually trash. He also said that the wards turned out to be much smarter than their dumb elder. Toru, from what technique the chief started to use, he couldn't close his mouth in surprise. How those pitiful insects dared to question Yahiko's strength. They should be taught a lesson so this won't happen again. With one wave of his hand, and the guy let out a strong stream of wind that the servants broke through the wall with their bodies and flew out into the street. Of course, not everyone managed to survive. At least 4 people lost their lives instantly. The spirit power was simply wonderful, and worked flawlessly, not like those ungrateful servants. Yahiko told everyone else to collect the bodies, and then he would spare them. Mariko was the very first to approach the bodies, and picked up her blade. The locals asked her not to dirty her hands, but she did not listen to them. Defiantly, right in front of everyone, she inserted her blade into the ungrateful elder's mouth, and did whatever she wanted with the body. Then the girl said that her brother is too generous. But she is not like that. In the future, if someone dares to betray her brother, then these people will be finished once and for all. Every single one who was here swore never to hand over the chief. Initially, everyone thought that the most terrible here was Yahiko, but as it turned out, his sister is a real monster. The girl also said that she did not want her brother to find out about what had just happened. They all said well. When evening came, the girl huddled in a corner, crying heavily. For some reason, she was very scared, although after what she saw today, it's hard to believe that she even has a sense of fear. Her brother is working hard now. She wants to become a reliable support for him, and not let anyone bother him in the future. The next morning came. The first thing the guy went to the Immortality Pill Hall. This is one of the most important places on the continent. This hall has many branches throughout the continent. The best alchemists work here, who sell and buy elixirs, various growing resources and medicinal materials. Yahiko was greeted at the entrance by a very nice lady. In a beautiful outfit, she asked if she could help with anything. The guy replied that he wanted to sell the recipe for immortality pills. In order to improve his strength faster, he just needs to take this pill. Just in this place he can make it. This is the best option for a quick improvement. The girl asked to follow her. The people who were in the room immediately recognized the guy, but spoke about him not in the best way. They considered him ordinary garbage. They became interested in how a person like him could get something like this. Because this area already has its own genius from Anyang. This is the first-class Miss Ichigo. She was also the mistress of this hall. Yahiko said that he had brought something for evaluation and handed over the recipe. The girl was rather skeptical about this. It was clear from her face that nothing could surprise her anymore. After forgiveness, the girl burned the recipe and said that it was worth nothing. The guy, of course, was surprised at such a strange reaction, so he asked the girl how such a rare recipe could cost nothing. Ichigo said it wasn't even close to a recipe because she had never heard of the ingredients listed here. She thought that the guy just wants to deceive her and thus earn money. Yahiko called the girl incompetent in her business, since she cannot recognize such an elementary recipe. Apparently the title of the best alchemist Anyan, it's just a sound. The girl turned out to be very quick-tempered when the girl realized how confident the guy was in himself, invited him to quarrel among themselves. She really did not like that this vile misogynist dared to treat her with contempt. The principle of adding currents, both alchemists choose pills for production. Victory is awarded by the quantity and quality of the produced pills. The winner has the right to decide whether the loser lives or not. Without thinking twice, the guy agreed. This is a great chance for him to get a place in this laboratory. Now he will have a place to do alchemy. This impulsive girl, without knowing it, deserved a very good service. Then began a short tour. The equipment that is installed here allows for the production of high-level elixir pills. The participants here will be engaged in the manufacture of pills of the spirit of refraction of the second order. In half an hour the winner will be determined by quality. The pill of the second order is usually taken by a warrior. It helps to directly break through from the small spiritual realm to the heavenly one. Such a pill will definitely come in handy for a guy. With the help of an ordinary level, such a pill cannot be improved. Well, with the help of a special purified fire of truth, it's easy, even special efforts are not necessary. Yahiko used magic and used fire control technique. Cooking started automatically. Everything seems to be normal, but the fire is not much weak. One wave of his hand, and the stove was completely engulfed in purple flames. But that wasn't enough either. Ichigo couldn't figure out how that was possible. Why is her fire so weak today? The stove began to smoke heavily. The boy and girl could not understand what was happening. Everything came out. Master K's cries could be heard in the next room. Was it all over? All of the master's herbs were destroyed. And with such difficulty he obtained materials of the 4th grade. But what was the reason for such a weak fire? When suddenly Ichigo thought about what if you take a heavenly tablet, frosty leaf, earthen collection and well-on grass. Then all of a sudden you can do something about it. Were they real ingredients? But these were grade 4 herbs. How did the girl know about them? Because she is the name of the first level, and it was strictly forbidden to touch them. Had she found the recipe for an ancient pill? It is possible that thanks to him it is possible to make purification of the 4th level. The girl was extremely surprised. Judging by her face, the master realized that she again entered into an argument with someone. But Master K has long warned that meeting someone better than yourself is par for the course. And if you continue to rely on the title of the best alchemist in Enima, then by doing so Ichigo only insults his master. But the girl didn't care. Because in her opinion this guy is good for nothing, even if he has the recipe, he will not be able to implement it as well as she. Ichigo again sat down and began to practice the fire technique. But Master K decided to support the girl and said that once he could not cope with the fire, and the cauldron was torn to pieces. It seems to happen to everyone. When suddenly a strong wind blew on the master and the girl, with lots of ash. Looking to the side, they saw that it was the guy's fire. But the questions remained the same. How could it be possible that his fire was so strong? It seems that it's not that the source of the fire is depleted, but that he concentrated its power at his cauldron with the help of a special technique. When Yahiko suddenly appeared with life in his hands, he made it clear that this life no longer belongs to them. Ichigo that it was a second-order pill. It is said that most second-order pills are far superior in effectiveness to third-order pills. It was the first time the master and the girl had seen the person who had cleansed them with such ease. Well, it was Yahiko himself who was not afraid to leave this world. And if the master defeated him, then he is ready to give his life. Ichigo was in her repertoire and began to taunt the guy. After all, who is he to her to communicate with the master like that? Master K immediately reassured the girl and introduced himself to the teacher of this ignorant girl. The master asked for forgiveness on her behalf, to which the girl instantly became angry. For the master, this behavior of the girl was the last point, and he hit her in the face. Yahiko seemed to recognize the master and his lineage, and then asked if he knew Akui. Akui turned out to be Master K's ancestor. How could the guy know him? But Akui was a rank 10 alchemist. Why, then, Master K was a third-rank alchemist in his years. But unfortunately the knowledge left by the ancestor was lost over time. Even though K was a direct descendant of the great alchemist, he knew only superficially about him, which he was very ashamed of. Yahiko was once due to Akui. Therefore, today he decided to repay his debt through the descendant of the Grand Master. He only touched the master with his 2 fingers when he only had time to figure out that the guy somehow knew his ancestor. When suddenly he gave him the knowledge that once belonged to the ancestor of Akui. Master K was grateful to Lord Yahiko. But at the same time, the master was shocked to use this technique. It is necessary to reach at least the 5th level of alchemy. Could this young man really be an ancient master? Yahiko didn't really know the Grand Master at all. Just once upon a time, a bunch of scum capable only of discussing and condemning people behind their backs began to mock the guy because of his practices. And at that moment, the ancient master Akui stood up for him. So now Yahiko paid his debt, but he couldn't imagine that Akui's descendants would be so weak. Well, what will happen to the girl now? Ichigo continued to behave badly and was ready to take her life, to which Yahiko became very angry and hit the girl in the face. She was shocked and very detached. How could he hit her? But the guy didn't care. The guy answered her that if her teacher indulges, this does not mean at all that the rest should do the same. In her 20s, she's just a level 2 alchemist. So what could be the reason for pride? If not for the master of the girl, she would have paid for her arrogant behavior long ago. Master K thanked Mr. for this lesson. And of course the girl started to behave badly again. To Yahiko could not understand why he's messing with this girl. This technique is called family. If someone in the family falls asleep forever, or the Gu family is born, this technique is used to signal to all members of the clan. It's interesting what happened in the end. Meanwhile, at the Gu family's home, something terrible was happening. People from another family broke in and started torturing civilians. They were interested in where Yahiko is now. If a person did not answer, then he was deprived of his life. People did not answer this question, not because they were devoted to their main thing, but because they really don't know where it is now. In fact, everyone who fell under the hot hand lost their life just like that, and they did it so defiantly that the red liquid scattered all over the room and hit other people. As it turned out, the head of the Lin family, whose name is Rukia, burst into the territory of the Gu family. He ordered to take the lives of everyone in turn. In the end, one of them will tell exactly where the main one is. After all, Toru was right about something. To avenge the fat freak, they came pretty quickly and brought a lot of grief. They also took the guy's sister prisoner. They were in no hurry to take her life, because she liked one very influential person who was determined to conclude a posthumous marriage with her. When suddenly Yahiko finally entered the house, everyone was waiting for him and wanted to be saved. The guy heard everything said about the fact that his sister again wants to be forcibly married to someone. This caused him even more anger. He promised that today in Anyang City, the Lin family would no longer exist. The sister could not restrain herself and shouted loudly, "Brother!" She was very frightened. Also, ordinary peaceful people greeted their king. Rukia was very surprised when he noticed that the boy was in the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm. He immediately knew that today would not be easy for him. At the same time, the elder of the 3 clans ran up to the master and said that before the guy left the house, his level did not exceed the small kingdom. No one knows how he was able to raise it so quickly. Yahiko quickly got tired of listening to this elder's empty excuses, and threw a very sharp object at his head to shut him up. After that, his services immediately began to protect Rukia. It was surprising that one of them lived all this time in the territory of the Gu family, which meant that if there were traitors who constantly leaked precious information. Rukia told everyone to disperse. He wanted to deal with the guy in a fair fight one-on-one. He picked up his sword and ran to attack. The sword technique that he used is called the leader of the princes. It was clear that he was trying his best to win this fight. Yahiko was very reserved at this point, and when he repulsed the first attack, he asked his opponent how dare he show himself in front of him with such terrible martial skills. Rukia almost immediately felt the full power of this guy. He did not have enough strength to hold back his blows for a long time, and there were more and more of them. Despite everything, this self-confident jock did not lose his enthusiasm and continued to fight until he missed one strong blow. Mariko was a very smart girl, and knew the skills of different clans. At the moment, the guy used the skill of the Xiaoyao clan. Only the elders can use this practice. How her brother did it is not clear yet. When the opponent had already begun to lose coordination, a crowd of his servants ran out to help him. Yahiko certainly didn't lose his head and destroyed them all with a single blow. Rukia and all the survivors made the decision to retreat and started moving towards the exit. The guy was so much superior to her enemy that she even managed to laugh at him while he was trying to escape. This is of course an act of a hero, to come to a strange house, take the lives of people, and after that run away in disgrace. But it was already too late, there would be no mercy. The head dealt the final blow with such force that all windows, doors, and in some places even walls flew out in the house. At that moment, Kay came up to the house. He heard that some kind of trouble had happened here, so he sent his alchemist warriors to help, but apparently they were a little late. The man was shocked when he saw this powerful explosion. When the guys went inside, they saw how Yahiko was standing on a whole mountain of bodies. He said that there was no trouble, but just a crowd of clowns came to his house and wanted to establish their own rules. Then, the civilians that the Lin family was about to take their lives finally came out. Seeing the distress signal, Kay immediately sent his people to help to support the Gu family, but he did not expect the Lord to deal with everything personally. Not only his alchemy skills, but his martial arts skills are also shocking. Kay then gave the order to his servants to immediately send the injured members of the Gu clan for treatment. Mr. Gu turned out to be a great man with his secrets that no one should know. Then his little sister ran to Yahiko and hugged him. She was very worried about her brother. When she realized that everything was fine, she hugged him gently. After a few minutes, she abruptly moved away from him and asked why the guy used that particular technique during the battle with the head of the Lin family. The girl suggested that her brother is still in a relationship with some bastard. If this is so, then her sister will never forgive him for this. There was only one problem. Yahiko didn't even understand who they were talking about, because he was only recently reborn in this body, so he didn't even know what to answer. After his sister, Kay approached the guy with almost the same question. The point was that Miss Lo had been accepted as a disciple by Elder Mo of the Xiaoyao clan. Therefore, it can be assumed that it was she who taught the guy this technique. The head could not believe that this technique had passed to the Xiaoyao clan after so long. Kay continued his story. About 3,000 years ago, Emperor Xiaoyao founded the Xiaoyao clan on Mount Palai, which at that time was the place with the strongest energy, which made the Xiaoyao clan one of the most powerful. The head replied that of course he knew about this story. Because it was he who chose the name for the clan, it is he who owns this formation. Therefore, of course, the guy will use this technique and not once, roughly speaking, it is his own. At that time, all the people greatly admired Yahiko and thanked him for saving him. But unfortunately, 700 years ago, the emperor mysteriously disappeared immediately after his ascension, so the enemies of the clan immediately came to avenge everything. Without their leader, the Xiaoyao clan grew weaker day by day. Eventually they were forced to retreat to the border of the wasteland. This place is now called the land of the Xiaoyao clan. The distance between the wasteland and Penglai mountain is very large. Previously, Yahiko had heard the elders mention the Xiaoyao clan, but thought it was just a coincidence or common similarity in names. But in fact it turned out that these people are descendants of the same clan. Probably in Xiaoyao something happened at the very moment when the guy was trying to break the seal. Everything happened at the most inopportune moment. If Yahiko hadn't gone anywhere, the clan wouldn't be in such a dire situation. After this story, the guy again wanted to bring this clan to prosperity. Yahiko decided to go to the trick and began to ask the master about whether the Luo family had a younger brother. The master told him that the only male descendant of the Luo family is called Aoki, and this man is known for his bad deeds in Anyang. But because of the power he holds in his hands, his family acts as the head of the 8 great families. No one has dared to oppose him until now. But apparently that time has come. Yahiko had a cunning plan to end all this chaos. The guy instantly fell off the meter and ran away in an unknown direction. While he was running, he asked to take care of the wounded people. Let all the people of Anyang understand what will happen to them if they dare to oppose the Gu family. Yahiko came just in time. Today the Luo family had a family banquet. Everything was beautiful, a lot of food, cheerful guests, nothing foreshadowed trouble. Today, many heads of different families gathered here, and they all congratulated Luo on receiving the protective order. Now, except for Anyang, they are not afraid of anyone. Compared to the rest of the main, Luo looked somehow old and tortured. You can't even tell from him that he was very happy about this event. As a gift to the chief, they brought such exquisite fruits as ginseng. In these parts it is very difficult to get it, it is a rarity. But for the sake of such an event, people found just everything. As soon as the guys sat down at the table, there was a strong explosion in one of the houses. Luo became very angry. He immediately wanted to know who dared to come here on such a beautiful day. Of course it was the work of Yahiko. He was pleasantly surprised that it is quite lively here, and you can take a good walk. The guy also did not come empty-handed. He had a special gift for the head. This is his son, who was badly beaten. Luo was very angry, and asked to immediately release his son. Also all the other chiefs asked to do this. Then in general everyone who had weapons became against the guy. It would seem that the situation is hopeless. Everyone demanded only one thing, to let their master go. Luo promised that if Yahiko let his son go now, he would make sure that his life would not be painful. In response to this, the guy said that the last person who tried to threaten him turned into ashes, so you need to be very careful with such statements. Apparently, the head didn't quite like it as a gift, then he'll have to give another one. Yahiko picked up the young boy and punched him in a very painful place. After what he saw, Luo was in quiet horror. He lost control of himself and began to attack the guy. He didn't care that his son was right in the arms of the one he was attacking. Fortunately, everyone managed to save. Yahiko threw the boy in the other direction, and he was not injured at the hands of his father. After that, Luo immediately ran to his son. He took him in his arms. The blow that Yahiko inflicted deprived the boy of his dantian and the opportunity to improve. Roughly speaking, he put an end to him once and for all. Luo had just a terrible anger at the guy for this act. How did he even dare to do this to his son? Yahiko just pretended to be a fool, and said that it was not his fault. It is solely the fault of the one who left his son without enhanced security. You need to think in advance about the safety of your loved ones. The wards promised their chief that they would bring him the head of this freak on the table. Yahiko's gaze immediately turned to those who said this. Are they really sure that with their low level they can somehow resist? Luo said that no one could ever destroy his family, especially with skills like Yahiko. Apparently, Luo wanted to get the guy's head with his own hands and was preparing to attack. He had not been seen in such a rage for a very long time. To collect all the energy in a fist, he ran to attack. Luo was certainly right about something. With a level like that of a guy, it will be quite difficult to fight. But not everything is as simple as it seems. The guy had his trump card up his sleeve, this treasure that Luo hoped to protect so much. Today it will become a weapon which will destroy him. The guy easily dodged the first attack. He felt absolutely calm, so he could adequately assess the situation. While Luo put all his strength into each blow, his opponent easily dodged. Yahiko gave his word that the Luo family would soon disappear once and for all. He then took the item he was talking about earlier and activated it. Roughly speaking, it was a time bomb. At first, it began to emit a bright red light, which symbolizes that the mechanism is running. No one could understand how the guy manages to control the Xiaoyao order bestowed on the Luo family. It was a real mystery. Luo also couldn't even imagine how the boy knew the order's formula. He was the first to understand what was about to happen, so he ordered the guy to be destroyed immediately, and all the servants ran into battle. But it was too late. The guy activated the item, and everything that was in its radius of action began to burn. It was a huge wave of fire that could not be stopped. Yahiko stopped the flow of fire right in front of Luo. As a result, he managed not only to activate the order, but also to take advantage of the high-level attack formation. Luo was completely exhausted, so he just fell to the ground. Yahiko approached him and gave one piece of advice: don't mess with the Gu family even after reincarnation, otherwise it won't end well. After saying that, the boy threw Luo's body up and punched him hard in the chest. All who were present from the civilian population fell to their knees and began to ask for forgiveness on behalf of the whole family. Since then, they recognized Yahiko as the head of the clan. The guy gave them half an hour to deal with all this, otherwise he will begin to take the lives of everyone in turn. At that moment, a large-scale and quick cleaning of the territory began. After raiding the Ling family and the Luo family, a total of 70 spirit stones, 62 level 2 healing pills, 94 level 2 medicinal herbs, and weapons were obtained. All this was voiced by the second elder of the Gu clan, while the head was drinking tea, along with his loved ones. Kay listened to this and couldn't believe that the guy actually decided to destroy the Luo family as stated earlier. In addition, the elder reported that the representatives of 8 large families after the head to take over the payment of Anyang's taxes. It turns out that the Gu family lured influential families to their side. It seems that for the foreseeable future, this entire city will belong to the Gu family. The head informed that Anyang's hidden danger had been eliminated. Now he entrusts the affairs of this city to the second elder and his sister. After these words, the girl suggested that her brother was going somewhere again. It was clear from her eyes that she was already very worried. This time his target was Maki. After all, one fish from the Luo clan slipped through the nets. It must be found and destroyed as soon as possible. Since the guy does not speak aloud about his plans, no one knew anything. It was the silence that bothered his sister, and she asked directly why the guy was going somewhere. The girl did this not because she is hysterical, but because she sincerely loves her brother and worries about him. Yahiko chose not to answer this question, but answered another one that has plagued Mariko for a very long time. The guy said that all these years the girl could not practice at all because of poor health, but because of the chaotic celestial body in her. This information was heard by Kay. Since he was very fond of legends, he had information on this subject. In fact, a chaotic heavenly body, this is the most suitable body for cultivation. This is a true legend, but if a cultivator cannot activate their abilities with one of the 10 great spiritual treasures, then the spiritual power will not be able to calmly flow through the meridians of the soul and will not be absorbed. But after activation, the potential of the cultivator will be an order of magnitude higher than ordinary warriors, and this will give a significant advantage over them. Then the kid said he's got a lot to do, he can't always sit here and protect his sister. This time, he will go to the Xiaoyao clan to find a treasure there that will help unlock his sister's abilities in the Karachai terms, so that the girl can fully protect herself. Mariko was grateful to her brother. She is very pleased that he cares about her so much, so she hugged him tightly from joy. Yahiko is actually a little tired of these hugs, but he couldn't do anything about it, because this is his sister. Kay is also very worried about the guy, so I decided to warn him that the Xiaoyao clan most likely will not give up the treasure so easily, so you need to be very careful. The head asked not to worry, because he has a way to make them give the treasure peacefully. After some time, the guy was near Qian'an Mountain, and could not understand a little where he was right now. It is simply impossible to make a mistake, because even now the head feels the remnants of spiritual vibrations. The only thing he definitely didn't expect was that the fluctuations in spiritual power would be so weakened. It took quite a long time. When Yahiko got stuck to some arch, he used his magic and said aloud, "Open up." A portal appeared in front of him in which the guy immediately entered. At the exit, he was right in front of the Xiaoyao clan. Strong memories flooded into this place. When the guy lived here in a past life, he did not have to worry about the lack of spiritual energy, because there was always enough of it here. Yahiko also recalled how, together with his student, they caught and then used ancient mythical beasts as clan guards. Also, the ancient tree began to bear fruit after 300 years thanks to Yahiko. Then he left his relatives such a tasty piece of the earth. The most important thing now was not to be disappointed in his followers, returning here after so many years, otherwise they would not be greeted. When the guy came closer, he saw that the territory was now guarded by another guardian, Before it was an electric dragon, and now it seems to be a dragon for years. Looking closely, the guy noticed that a student of the clan, a girl named Sana, was fighting with this dragon. To put it mildly, she didn't do it very well. In the end, the dragon hit her hard and the girl began to fall down. Due to the fact that the head was nearby, he caught the girl and did not let her fall painfully to the ground, then make a remark that she handles the ball incorrectly, and immediately decided to show how this is done using an example. The man jumped straight into the huge water dragon. Why did he use the energy of chi to control the flow of the wind? In this case, he begins to move himself, where the suburb is the owner. The girl was simply shocked by what she saw. She could not understand how this stranger knew the technique of their clan. In the end, the dragon was defeated. Sana also decided to demonstrate how she can. At the snap of a finger, she was all on fire, and she felt good there. She could also quickly put out this fire around her. This is a pretty good talent if you learn how to use it correctly. Due to the fact that in a past life, Yahiko did not have the opportunity to break through to a new level, all he had to do was explain the theory to his students. Well now, thanks to the sufficient quality of spiritual energy, the guy can help other students to improve, ad infinitum. This girl had been stuck on the same level for so many years, and now she seemed to feel the energy of the wind and the sword pass through her. Sana was very grateful for being helped so much. Since the girl was already completely predisposed to Yahiko, he began to question her about everything he could. The first guy asked about Maki. The girl said that she was new. Along with other masters, she did a lot so that the students could take this blessed land for their holiday. In her head, the girl assumed that this guy was one of her subordinates, so she just told him about everything. Did Maki really immediately become an elder as soon as she got to auspicious land? Why asked how many people in the clan at the moment? The girl replied that there are 7 elders in the clan, more than 100 official students who are engaged in the affairs of the clan. There are still guards who mature as a student together. Mountain guards, these are students of a lower level, but they are absolutely loyal to the clan. After the information received, he immediately went about his business, did not even wait for the girl, despite the fact that she asked him to wait for her. Sana tried her best, but she could not catch up with the guy. She also understood that his spiritual level was not so high. The equivalent of fast travel is beyond praise. Initially, Sana didn't notice anything special about her, and now he uses a technique that exceeds all of her performance, as it is possible. The girl began to cry, talking about what necessarily gives rise to all the expectations of the master. Until today, the girl considered herself very fast, but against the background of the head, she feels like a turtle. He moved much faster. After taking the spirit pill, Yahiko used the cultivation method, thereby increasing the efficiency tenfold. Although the speed of practice is not so great, it is better to accumulate enough energy and lay a solid foundation. In any case, the girl has probably already understood everything. If this continues, that it would be possible to take her as a student, it is clear right away she would not mind. There are quite a few people with such a great desire to learn. The girl ran after him and understood that she had no right to miss such a person. The guys ran to Lingyuan Peak. Upon arrival, the girl thanked the master for not running away from her. Yahiko told her to work on her sword technique and dexterity first, then wait for him here. Before starting to do so, Sana informed that the Xiaoyao clan's ban does not apply to her. She can come and go as she pleases. Yahiko didn't answer her yet, and entered the portal silently. It turned out to be right after the Qianling River. Just there was also a tree that began to bear fruit after 300 years. Everything around is very beautiful, but there is one thing: the spiritual energy of this place has greatly weakened compared to what it used to be. As it turned out, there is a secret temple under the water, which can only be reached with the help of magic. You need to pave the way right in the middle of the river, push the water in different directions. Fortunately, no one destroyed it like the Lingyin temple. This room is made of a special spiritual energy crystal, so the spiritual power in it is inexhaustible. This is a real find for any cultivator. Compared to the past, the spiritual energy of this place is indeed depleted a lot, but in any case, This place is better than any other. With its help, the disciples of the Xiao clan can increase their level in the shortest possible time. While Guy was opening the corridor to the temple, he was attacked by a huge crowd of people from the Xiao clan. But he was lucky that a girl secretly entered the portal with him. She began to restrain those who attack. The girl was accused of allowing a stranger to come here and violate the boundaries, and then destroy the source of spiritual power. Sana said that you shouldn't talk about the master like that. First you need to open your eyes, and then you can see how all the wars standing here are mistaken. Despite this painful story, the girl's guys did not immediately believe. How can one call a master who is the most ordinary cultivator with a consistent level of spiritual strength? How can this person be a master? According to the guys, the girl did not just calmly allow this master to cross the borders. Yahiko was tired of listening to this non-confiding tone of one of the students, so he decided to deprive him of his language. In his opinion, the blind idiot also needs a language. Unfortunately, the guards did not immediately understand that not every person in this world can, at a distance, perfectly accurately throw a sharp object directly into the tongue. Therefore, they ran to avenge their comrade. The guy really didn't want to fight with them, but unfortunately there was no other way out. They need to make it clear that it's useless. In just a few seconds, the guards lost about 10 personnel, and this is just the beginning. Some began to realize that this man is too strong, and if this continues, that all who are standing here will lose their lives. But unfortunately, one individual simply refused to understand this, and continued to send his subordinates to lose their lives. The guards took an oath. They must fight always and everywhere if this threatens their danger in the future. Sana stood in front of her master and began to ask the enemies not to be so impulsive. From the side, she saw that the guy did not have very strong and unpredictable techniques. If he loses his temper, he will not spare anyone who is here. Unfortunately, no one was going to listen to the girl. Their chief began to put pressure on the patient to remind them of their own duty of each guard. You must immediately seize the master and this worthless girl. Apparently, it's still not enough to take lives. It takes about the same amount more so that their commander finally conceives a metro map, which he generally does. At a distance closer than 5 meters, absolutely no one could approach. Everyone who put up some kind of resistance received a fierce rebuff. Bodies were already everywhere. Even in the water some were already swimming. The guards seemed to have calmed down a little. Yahiko decided to turn to the one who sent these people to certain death. This so-called head of the guards saw a stronger enemy, stepped aside and did nothing but send people into battle. Yahiko also added that these guardians have great potential, so he offers to join him for practice. Without hesitation, the guys agreed. First of all, everyone went together to the place for practice. Yahiko sat in the center, with everyone else around him. The guys were just shocked when they saw how the guy began to radiate the river spirit of the Xiao clan. With the help of him, the guy began to distribute energy to everyone who was sitting near him. People could not believe their eyes. They began to feel how the energy passes through them. This is a real sword technique. The energy ran through the veins of every person sitting here. I wonder how he manages to train so many people at the same time. The girl was very worried that the masters were waiting for big trouble when the elders came here. As a friend, people began to tell how they managed to break through. They raised their spiritual level, several steps at once. Far from one person could do this. Sana was very grateful to the master for his help. After so many years of exhausting training, the girl could not achieve any results, and thanks to the meeting with the master, she made great progress. Then sunny weather changes it to rain, thunder, and lightning. Yahiko that it was the thunder technique. Such practices are able to bring the amount of spiritual power to the limit of human capabilities. One has only to reach this mark, and no one else can prevent a person from comprehending the secrets of this universe. However, interference in the secrets of the universe causes displeasure in heaven. This must be taken into account. If you cross this line, then there will be a chance of success, but if not, whoever heavenly thunder will turn the body into dust. Sana was even a little scared. She asked the master to stop. No one expected that the result would be exactly like this. Before the boys leave this land, Yahiko wanted to see what they were really capable of. What kind of spokes sent them here? Disciples with such cultivation talent just to guard the borders. It's just terrible. It seems that the girl noticed the desire to take the lives of people in the eyes of the master. When suddenly there was a strong release of energy, which began to demolish people around. In a panic, everyone started to run away. Sana asked to leave as soon as possible, so that the thunder did not overtake him. Yahiko replied that as long as the girl is near him, she cannot be afraid of anything, the thunder will not overtake them. Why the guy, with the help of magic, protected each student with a transparent ball. He makes the person who is inside completely invulnerable. At least you can definitely not be afraid of thunder. Although the temple is no longer as full of energy as it was in the past, it is also completely sufficient. Yahiko asked his students to work harder on themselves instead of hiding behind some thunder. Perhaps if people knew that they would be saved, then they would work further, otherwise everyone was scared. Bewilderment had to be left for later. Now the most important thing is to concentrate and calm your mind, except that this is ordinary thunder, it is the answer of heaven to all prayers. The students didn't understand how it is possible to practice not only on their own, is it really possible to accumulate thunder energy? Yahiko didn't reply and just started walking away. Sana begged to take her with him, but the guy said that the girl should practice on her own. This technique that the girl possesses will not bring him any benefit. It's a technique like thunder and lightning energy. It won't help a guy to increase his personal level. Processing this energy can greatly increase the power of cultivation, but only at low levels. Even though the level of the guy is not very high yet, he immediately went very far from them. After the lesson, the guys realized that the master had already comprehended this teaching a long time ago. It turns out all this time, he just showed in which direction the guys should move, and how to become stronger. The disciples were very grateful, and at parting bowed before him. Yahiko should hurry, almost all of his descendants are at a high level. He won't be able to look them in the eye unless he breaks. Meanwhile, beyond the chapel of the Qianling River, the elders were moving towards the scene where the first fight had taken place. Information was received about a girl who not only allowed everyone to pass, but also persuaded the mountain guards to join her. All of them violated the ancient law, for which, as a result, the thunder of heaven fell upon them. It was they who came up with such a legend. Where there was a lot, and go they're pretty scary. The Xiaoyao clan has rules. If one of the students breaks through to the level of a celestial, he can immediately claim the place of an elder. This cannot be allowed. If this happens, it will disrupt the entire system that has been built over the years. When the elder arrived in the territory, he asked Sana and 3 other disciples to hold him somewhere else. The girl did not yet understand what purpose this was done. When the elder came to them, he called the girl a devil, and said to come here. They all explained what they had arranged here. When the elder saw the level of the celestials, he was simply shocked. How is it even possible, in such a short period of time, to raise all the students by 1 or 2 spiritual levels? Even if only one of the guards were torn, then this would already be from the category of myths. But whatever, this is not possible at all. Well, unfortunately there is nothing to be done. The elder fell to his knees, and said that he welcomed the new elders. But how did they do it? Even with the use of the river's power source, this bunch of disciples couldn't break through so fast. The elder was tired of listening to this mad young man. In order to shut him up, he had to punch him right in the face. You need to open your eyes, and then it will be possible to understand that the energy of the river has become many times stronger, which is probably why all the students were able to raise their level so quickly, and not some guy flew in and gave everyone energy, as was said. The elder apologized for this lawlessness, told the students that he caught a student who began to tell some bad legends about everyone in order to get some benefit for himself. He gave the children the right to choose what to do with this scoundrel. The students said that they can do anything. In the end, he was beaten by the whole crowd. For the fact that he allowed the growth of energy in the river, now all these students are elders in terms of spiritual development. So they beat him with all their might. Things were bad. The girls somehow found out that several clans were heading straight for them. So they slowly ran to the master to inform him. Due to mass practice, the energy began to fluctuate, which attracted the attention of the representatives of the 3 clans. At the moment they won't like it here. What to do now? Yahiko, of course, was not very happy about this news. Usually these clans come together to pay tribute. They are friendly with each other. But this is only at first glance. In fact, they are ready to attack at any moment.